Va. Vale. On. Good morning, everyone. Buenos días.
Good morning. Welcome to the final conference of PHY2SUDOE project. We're going to start this day. I'm Juan Videla, technician and engineer in the CEA in Vitoria, and with me, Ana Oregui, the chairwoman of CEA, and Imanol Zabaleta, the director of the CEA. We're going to spend 2 days for a conference on the PHY2SUDOE European project. The idea is to apply phyto remediation and phyto management techniques for the restoration of degraded spaces in the southwest of Europe. The CEA is one of the partners of this project, and we are responsible of communication. So we close this cycle of 3 years with these 2 technical days, and I hope this will be an inspire event for you. Thank you very much, Juan. Welcome. Good morning. And now she's speaking in Basque, and she will repeat in Spanish in a couple of minutes. Thank you.
Eta denen artean pizkanaka gure lurraldeak hobetzen goazen. Ez dut hemen esan behar larrialdi momentu gaudela energetikoki eta baita klimaldetik, eta beraz inoiz baino garrantzitsuak dira horrelako gauzak aurrera eramatea. Beraz, nire aldetikan, nire zorionak beroenak egin duzuen lanagatik. Buenos días a todos.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much for being here today with us. I was saying that conferences as this one, especially at the end of such an interesting project, an innovating project that wants to test and solutions related to land recovery, the battle against climate change in this emergency scenario we are living in today. Well, I'm pleased that you come here to reflect upon this topic. I'd like to congratulate you for your work, for this program, for your projects, because I believe that these are more necessary than ever in such an urgency moment at climate level, because we are going through difficult moments, and these solutions that you propose are very relevant. So we need to make our effort, and from the CEA and the Towns Council, we're working on climate and sustainability matters for now many years. Vitoria was Green Capital in 2012, and before this date, we had already started to work on sustainability matters, but with nature-based solutions, with the recovery of degraded spaces in the green belt of Vitoria, and we are now continuing. We are led by the CEA in Vitoria. Juan, thank you very much for your work. In this effort, we have a commitment with sustainability, and you have to be active and proactive. We started in the 90s with restorations, with recoveries. We cannot stop. The more you do, the more you need to do in the next period. So we were quite courageous, because 1 year ago, when the European Commission approved the missions and mandates, we were candidates as a city to 2 of these missions. We are included in the mission of Neutral Cities 2030. We are 100 European cities. We are the avant-garde in Europe to attain climate neutrality. We need to be carbon neutral in 2050. That's the goal in Europe. And so we are a series of cities for pioneering solutions and innovative solutions for 2030. So that's our new project now, And we also participated in this PHY2SUDOE project. We just approved the urban planning strategy. We started in 2002, and we had to renew this strategic plan for many reasons. This general strategic plan should include climate change variables. We included another layer for carbon sinks in the plan, and I think that's very new, and it's opening new avenues for research. The urban planning strategy is sensitive to many subjects, and we need to be active as regulators in order to attain the goals that we have established. The specific projects that are now being implemented in the framework of this strategy are the following, and Emmanuel will explain in detail these projects. But I would like to underline collaboration between institutions. We cannot do this alone. The City Council in Vitoria cannot walk alone. And the CEA, the Center of Environmental Studies, is working hand in hand with the Basque government and with public agencies that depend on other administrations like IOBE, NACER for agriculture, and other research centers. All this collaboration is absolutely essential. We cannot walk alone. I'd like to repeat again, congratulations and thanks for your great work, and I encourage you to continue. And now I give the floor to Imanol. Thank you. Thank you, Ana. And now in Basque again. We'll be back with you in a minute.
Talde horretatik, plazer bada gaur azkenengo konferentzia hau irekitzea, PHY2SUDOE bigarren edizioaren proiektu honen azkenengo konferentzia irekitzea. Eta, bueno, pixkat nik uste dut denok jakinaren gainean zaudetela, baina datu txiki batzu proiektuaren inguruan, Interreg programaren barruan finantzatutako proiektu bat izan da, 2008-tik 2023-ra leku hartu duena. Guztira €1.000.000 pasako finantzazioa izan du Europatik, eta bidaideak asko eta anitzak izan dira, ez? Gasteizko udala, CEA, NACERrek pixka koordinatu du proiektuaren lan hau, CSIC, Euskal Herriko Unibertsitatea ere bertan egon da, Frantziako kideak ditugu hemen lehenengo lerroan, INRAEtik, Santiago de Compostelako Unibertsitatea, Portugaleko ordezkariak eta bar luze bat, denek parte hartu dute proiektu honetan. Pixka kontekstuan jartzeko baita ere proiektua, nahiko nuke azpimarratu proiektua aurretikan egindako lan baten ondorengotza izan dela, 2016-tik 2018-ra hartu zuen leku PHY2SUDOEren lehenengo faseak, eta bertan praktikan jarri ziren lehenengo aldiz udalean fitorremediazio eta fitogestio teknikak partzela txikietan, 2000 metro karratuko partzeletan. Eta horrek ahalbidetu izan du, orain, bigarren fase honetan ja 10 hektareako lan eremu batean fitorremediazio teknikek daukagun lurzoru kontaminatuen arazo honi irtenbide bat emateko aukera. En este proyecto en concreto...
In this PHY2SUDOE project, the second part, the CEA participates and has two roles. On the one hand, we are organizing practices for phyto management and phyto remediation in Mendabaldea with 10 hectares in the same site. This has been subdivided in various phases, and we are obtaining very interesting results. The city used this abandoned and derelict area in an industrial site, and now it's becoming a part of the green belt in Vitoria. Here, I'd like to thank the various departments of the City Council with which we've been collaborating very closely in the project, the Green Belt Unit, the Department of Public Spaces and Rural Areas. They have been closely linked to our work. In order to monitor all these plots where these phytoremediation techniques are being used, the following network at European level and the Mendabaldea plots are part of that, and we are working with the University of the Basque Country, with NACER, with CEA. There is another interesting program called citizens' science in order to include this knowledge, this relevance, this approach to soil and to land and to make it closer to the people with very simple kits, with analysis, very simple analysis that give you an idea what is the quality of the soil and how this quality might change according to the treatment and practices that are implemented. I think that citizens' activation is the heart of our mission in the CEA. This type of projects are interesting test beds for this type of awareness making processes.
Coming from different countries, all these projects and all these interventions that we've been putting in place already for almost a decade, they fit very nicely in the Basque soil protection law or strategy, and also the European Green Deal, right? Europe is now having this mandate of having 100% health soils by 2050, and these are clear examples down on the field of how these things are happening and taking place. We are also very expectant and looking forward to the probably hopefully imminent release of the soil health law at the European level, which will also dictate the speed and the targets of such interventions for all European member states. And to finish with a funny note, hoy por la mañana,
this morning, I opened the GPT chat, you may know it, and I asked GPT, write a poem about polluted soils. And that's what GPT said to me. If you allow me, I will read it for 1 minute. Polluted soils, that's a horrible problem in cities. Oh my goodness. Toxins, chemicals, impurities. Nobody can use it. The builders want to make skyscrapers, but it's impossible. The soil is bad. Cities want parks, no solutions. Officials, oh, what a confusion. They reflect to find solutions. That's a prowess. Cleaning is very, very expensive. Putting cement on them, that's not ingenious. What to do with these horrible soils that cities want to use? Maybe we can make art and create sculptures that will be a part. In urban landscape to remember, we need to take care of it in order not to pollute and shed our waste in an adequate place to have a future that is more appropriate. Let's use our contaminated soils with care and transform them into something that can be enjoyed with a clear message for the world. We are doing the best for the future. And ChatGPT, and there was a rhyme to it, but just in Spanish. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Ana. Muchas gracias, Imanol.
Thank you, Imanol and Anna. Let's continue with our program. Let's open the first session of the day dedicated to show 3 examples, 3 visions of the recovery of degraded spaces. And the keynote speaker is Kate Kennan. She's a landscaper and founder of Offshoots in Boston, where she's a full-time professor in the university. She graduated and she did the master in the Cornell University and Harvard. And she's the author, with Neil Kilwood, one of the fundamental books of this topic, PHY2SUDOE, Principles and Resources for Remediation of Spaces and Design of Landscapes. This book deals precisely with the ambition that we have to transfer scientific knowledge of phytoremediation to its practical applications for landscape restorations.
Okay. Sorry, thank you.
Okay. Perfect. Good morning, everyone. So I'm here as a landscape architect to talk a little bit about integrating the science of phytotechnologies with design and some practices that we've done in the US to do this. Of course, as mentioned already, in the wake of climate change and the crisis that we have with extreme heat, particulates in the air, stressed water resources, we need resilient cities, right? And as both landscape architects and scientists working together, this is our need right now. And this quote that, you know, in the era of the Anthropocene, right, we are at the retreat of the industrial glacier, right? And in its wake, it's left behind, as we know, soil contamination, water contamination, air contamination. And we have this toolkit of potential plants that we consider managing these different environments. And together as disciplines, we can do really both beautiful cultural things and things that clean up the environment at the same time. So as we all know in this room, right, through photosynthesis, of course, the plants take energy from the sun and convert a lot of this to phytochemicals and also sugars to create this rich rhizosphere of, you know, 100 to 1,000 times more microbes in the soil zone than in regular soil alone. And the plants also, of course, in particular plant species, take up a lot of water. They, through transpiration and photosynthesis, move lots of water. A statistic from North America, trees in North America move more water than all the rivers combined in North America in a year, both cooling our environment and also we can use that mobility of water to actually help remediate. And so I started getting excited about this with first initially looking at gas station sites, petroleum sites, where there was both lead and petroleum contaminating the land. And I saw many phytoremediation projects looking at monoculture species, right? Switchgrass, stabilization, but also treatment of organics, looking at poplar or willow monocultures. But I started getting excited about how could you use design to maybe prophylactically even clean up that contamination before it started, or even set up a system that might transition over time to a new use. So my work really came out of working at Harvard University over 3 years. We ran research seminars with design students going into the scientific field, coming to these conferences, learning the science, and bringing it back to designers to say, how could we integrate this in our public landscapes? And the result of that was this book published in 2015 that's really a resource for designers. But what I wanted to talk about today is some of our work at Offshoots, landscape architecture practice that I manage in Boston, where we are a hybrid design practice. And what I mean by that is that we do both design and also horticultural installation so that we can manage the project as the plants change over time, since plants are a living system and not static. So we do both. And it's a little different because we do many projects where we design only and don't build. And we do quite a few horticultural installation projects that other people design. So it's a hybrid. The first project I wanted to show you is in Boston. This is a small project. It's a half-acre site. It is located on the Hood Milk Bottling Facility, an old industrial site in Boston that was a parking lot when we received it. It is shown here in orange, and in the Charlestown neighborhood of Boston, quite dense. Not a lot of open space per capita, least amount of open space per capita per person out of any Boston neighborhood. And it's also in the flood zone for coastal flooding. This is 2070 projections, 36 inches of sea level rise. We are in the coastal flood zone for a 1% annual storm. The other thing is that our site, shown on the bottom, again in orange, also is right next to an elevated highway with particulate matter coming off, very, very congested, lots of traffic. And then also we have all of these contaminated groundwater wells. And we know that the groundwater, by looking at groundwater mapping and monitoring wells, is moving from the right to the left in this scheme. And so right from the beginning of looking at the design for this new public park, the idea was creating a phyto buffer on the left-hand side that would clean up the contamination in the groundwater, which is about 10 feet below the surface. It changes seasonally. And then also block the particulate matter from the highway to the left, while also considering climate change and rising sea levels. So we were thinking about phytomanagement in two ways. One, using on the left, using phreatophyte species, poplar, willow, natives, to go down to that groundwater to clean the organics that were passing by. And then also collect the particulate matter, the large particulate matter coming off the highway with plants with stickier, waxier leaves that have been shown for better phytomanagement of particulate matter. So here's the project. It is an elevated landscape where we capped the polluted soils within the center. There is a lawn that's shown in number 1, and then it guides up to a roof terrace. In the roof terrace, you can see on the top, the plant species on the top are, actually we put 5 feet of soils on top of this concrete bunker to be able to block those winds and particulate matter that come across, while the plants that are on the bottom here are these deep-rooted poplar to get that, to target that groundwater pollution. The program here is a bike facility. This is a bike pavilion. We raised the bottom grade before you even have the elevated lawn. We raised it out of the floodplain, out of the coastal floodplain, 4 feet before we even started. And then we went up from there, capping contaminated soils in some of the landform. And we stored 200 bikes and their showers and gender-neutral restrooms in the pavilion in the back. You can see here the elevated highway in the backside, and the form of how the idea is to bring energy to this area where no one currently lives and try to create a catalyst for change of the industrial lands. Here you can see the plant communities. The top, where we're using the particulate matter, is predominantly aspen, bayberry, coastal ledge species used for desiccation, very waxy leaves. And then the lower area down below being mostly poplar and willow. We also integrated in about 90% native species, native to our area, with the idea of not sterile species, species to actually spread seeds into the urban seed bank, into the marginalized land all around the Boston area. We are along a corridor, a river corridor. We are along a train corridor. We're along the highway. Can we spread those seeds and let them go rather than having invasive species? So we very carefully planned in long-lived species into the phytoremediation planted zones. And we really carefully thought about color and design at the same time, thinking about when we were going to have seasonal interest in show, and how we would be able to have these meadow landscapes underneath many of the trees that we're working that would create cultural interest, give a reason for people to come, and also be a place for pollinators. This is the first year, after 1 year of the growing season. We designed this and also installed the horticulture. And it's very sharp, clean edges to create a plant community that's allowed to move around, okay? These plants are not sterile. They were installed as very small plugs and meant to move around. There are a few things like the Verbena bonariensis you can see here that are used for the quick show of color, but the predominant of this is native perennials that will change over time. We also very carefully mapped the different programs that were happening around the community, what events were already happening, so that we could plan events on this space to activate it. And some of those events were horticulture. So Mother's Day is a very big thing in Charlestown. There's a lot of young mothers in this community that move on to other areas out of the city. There's no event in the city for them. We created an explosion of 30,000 bulbs underneath our phytoremediation landscape to be able to have an attractor for people to come to. The other thing we did is capture stormwater. So in one area, we cleaned the soils underneath that elevated lawn. We put in cisterns to plan for the new building that will be coming in to be able to capture that stormwater and be able to get it to recharge underneath the area of clean soils, while also sending all of our surface stormwater into a bioswale in the front of the site that is very specifically remediating nitrogen and phosphorus where very low nutrient soils were installed. This is sort of it from the front. Being a horticultural practice, we can experiment. I like to try new plants all the time. It's my favorite thing. Safe to fail. If it dies, I sneak in, middle of the night, fix it, no problem. So, but there's a bunch of new natives here that we had tried that we didn't know if it would make it, and have had some good success. Hood Milk was the first milk producer to bottle their milk in the United States, individual bottles. We used the form of the Hood Milk bottle to inspire the forms of the benches and curbs and stairs, the double radius that morphs together, bringing some of the history of the site in a very different way to culturally kind of give a nod back to that landscape without being very specific. And it helps wrap these kind of looser plantings to make it more acceptable. Because the truth is, in the US, people like lawns and clipped meatball kinds of things that look taken care of. And we try to make this look taken care of, even though the plant community is quite bohemian. And the lighting is quite significant as well. And it's really become a new center. It's very important that the plant community here, too, has a lot of oaks and older species so that when the phytoremediation fast-growing plants are gone, we have small saplings of longer-lived species that are coming behind them as a place to go. So that's the first project. I thought I'd also show you, this is a very small project. It's just a small residential, but we take the ideas of phytoremediation in the scientific community even into our small gardens. This is a project in Cambridge, Massachusetts, where this is our phytoremediation buffer right here. What this is there's an industrial area up and to the right that, again, is highly contaminating the groundwater with petroleum. It's about 8 feet below the surface. We mapped the groundwater. We knew where it's going. We do not do testing here. This is what I call phyto-light, meaning I know you get there, it smells like petroleum. Does the client want to test the site? No. The Environmental Protection Agency in the US, we call it the brownfield superhighway, means you have to clean it up right away, right? We do a lot of things where we will do insertions where we know we're doing the best that we can when we're not allowed to test. Here we know we have the groundwater. We create this poplar remediation planting as the back of the garden. This is what it went in as bare root trees in year 1. This is in year 3. It creates the backdrop for a sculpture garden. This was actually a contractor whose son has a sculpture studio right here, and he wanted a garden to display his sculpture, but also the client only wanted to spend $20,000 US for design and installation, and his son wanted to get married there in 6 months. No problem, we could do that. So we had lead on the site. We're not going to remediate the lead. We stabilized it on site in mounds, added organic material, added plants on top, treated the groundwater with the poplar buffer in the back, kind of created this beautiful garden and this explosion underneath of a very traditional horticultural bulb for his wedding because he was getting married in June. And this kind of pops up through a lot of the native perennials that are on site for the rest of the year. We reused, he's a contractor, and we reused a lot of materials that we found around site. Similarly, a a senior housing project in Revere, Massachusetts, on the left, right next to an auto shop, auto repair shop. Petroleum, you get to the site, smells. Can we test the soil? Nope. Where's the groundwater going? Okay, we're going to put in a phyto buffer perpendicular to the groundwater plane. It may do something, it may not. It'll probably do something. 18 inches of a soil, that's all I had. And we got the plants in there. We put them in as bare root trees. 6 years later, client is really happy, even just from screening and the aesthetics. At a larger scale, we've been working down on Hastings-on-Hudson, which is near New York City along the Hudson River. This is a 30-acre British petroleum facility where the whole site is actually way back here, an old petroleum distribution facility along the Hudson River. This whole area, highly contaminated PCBs, lots of persistent organic pollutants. This is going to be capped for all new development, but we created a new ecological edge to help filter any organic pollutants still coming, clean water and stormwater as it moves through, and create a cultural landscape that the people really were looking for new program to engage the water. We did these activities where we look at identity and what the community wants, and really starting to create a place that has a lot of constructed wetlands, but also engagement for recreational activities as well. And then lastly, the last kind of case study to show, this is not offshoots work. This is a project by a group called Intrinsic Environmental, which does many phytoremediation sites, active phytoremediation sites for cleaning land across the US. This is a site that is a well-known company that you may use on your phones that starts with the letter G. They wanted to redo the site. It was a former aerospace manufacturing facility in California. It is volatile organic compounds, lots of chlorinated solvents, traditional pump and treat system. What happened is, there were several decades of pump and treat, still was not clean, site was not getting remediated, high salt. They brought in a landscape architect. Instead of this just being done with a remediation scientist, partnered with a landscape architect called Atlas Labs, and they created a parking lot scheme with a lot of poplar and willow to be able to act as that pump and treat mechanism, where basically using the concepts of phytohydraulics, where they're looking at the groundwater modeling, doing a mass water balance to figure out how many trees they need, getting that petroleum into the trees, degrading it, and well, actually in this case, more chlorinated solvents, and then holding some of the salts in the root zone and in the soils. They installed it with poplar whips, bare root poplar whips. They planted them quite close together and also inoculated with degrading endophytes that they've been studying out of Sharon Doty's group in the US, and then underplanted it with many different native species to actually have pollinator benefit as well. And it's become this sort of monarch habitat benefit area as well. But the idea here, right, is that there's so many multi-benefits of these trees. It's just, there's so much we can do. And if we can get the language of phytoremediation into the design profession, there's just so much more. We do so much with stormwater already as designers, I would say, as a profession, in terms of stormwater cleansing. But when it comes to actual soils and soils management and groundwater, much less is known. So the ability to get the incredible science that is generated here into our profession, I just think is such a place to start. So where I get really excited is my mission is really about getting out to designers, and when we bring all of these other folks to the table, that we add the phytoremediation specialists, know when it's time to bring someone like that onto our team. And with that, I'll say thank you very much. Are there any questions? There might be a couple minutes for questions, yeah? Okay. No? Yes?
You said like that you plant underneath the trees wild. Sorry. It's on. Okay. You said that you planted underneath the trees like a variety of plants. Do they also accumulate or remediate the pollutants, or just the willows and the poplars?
It depends what it is. So in the groundwater side, it's really just the willow and the poplar. Because of its location of where it is, we have some switchgrass, which might be getting down, but really for the groundwater, we're targeting the phreatophytes with the long, deep tap roots to get down to there. When it comes to the up on the upper levels where we're really targeting the particulate matter that's coming off, it is both the trees, mostly aspen, and then the bayberry and the other species underneath those that are all doing Juniper sturgeoniana. The whole system, we looked at peer-reviewed studies for best capture of particulate matter. So it is sort of a larger kind of thicket. The biggest thing with our work is that I keep saying, you know, it truly is about, I keep calling it phyto-light, right? But it's this idea that I would love, when I first got into this, I was hoping people would bring us very contaminated sites to want to make parks out of and do. But the truth is, in the US, people want to flip sites so quickly. They just want to clean, they want to take it out of risk. They don't want to have attorneys involved, and it's dig and haul all day long. And trying to get people to add time to them did not seem to be something, and I thought that it would be very different. But so now, more the idea of taking the principles and applying it to something like a gas station site or like a light industrial site or like a roadway, and taking the principles from remediation for pre-planting, I feel like is a better, you know, exciting place to be right now. As well as, you know, of course, stormwater is such a huge, huge piece of what we're trying to do in the US. So, yes, Mac. Yeah. Yes. Oh, see, I see. Oh.
Okay, I'm sorry. Thank you
No
for your
problem.
presentation. It was very, very interesting. I was particularly interested with the project that you've done on the northern part of the United States, because I'm from Montreal, Canada, and winter can be a very challenging aspect when working with plants.
Right.
So how do you manage working with a very short growing season and the challenges that can come with winter, such as de-icing salt and very compacted soils sometimes?
Right, great question. So all of our planted, all of the plant beds are all lined on the outside, you saw, with those basically the precast concrete curbs. And one of the things that does is it brings all the plant materials up, and the plants almost become little gems of areas so that people don't walk through. And it is such a small site. I mean, we had a $10 million budget for half an acre, right? And that's because this was a privately owned public parcel, and the private entrepreneur or developer for that whole site makes it public, but also takes care of it. So it has a high level of care, which is different too. The beauty with, and then with that short growing season, it's so much about really carefully planning out the species that are going to be able to create that color that's there. And then also, you know, with the leaf collection, also making sure it has winter interest. But we know that we're only going to be getting a lot of the phyto benefits during the growing season. But, you know, that's when people are on the site, right? Because that's when people are using it. So that air pollution benefit, or at least some of the screening, we're getting when the people are predominantly out there using it. So,
Perfect, thank you.
Yeah.
Just to add an information,
Mm.
it is demonstrated by Michel Lavec and Frédéric Pitt that even in winter time, the microbes, they work.
Then they're working,
So you
exactly,
have
right?
you have a biodegradation even in winter time.
Right, right,
Especially under the light.
right.
the talk was really nice and I really enjoyed it. So you showed two examples in which the projects that you were showing are very sophisticated, but I would like to know the point from where you started the things, because I mean at this point of time the projects look very sophisticated, like you have a lot of infrastructure going on, but if somebody wanted to start its phyto remediation company, let's say, and you have the experience for doing the first project, so from where somebody has to start? Like, should he focus on like humongous type of projects, having no experience in the civil architecture, or like a simple parking lot would be more than enough for him to start, and that
Right.
would also your first experience?
Right. Well, in the US right now, there is lots of money for stormwater, okay? Because the water quality has gotten so degraded because of the nitrogen and phosphorus runoffs, which are so greatly affecting, especially in the Northeast shellfish, right? And our shellfish industries are really going down. So because if I was someone just starting in this, right, I would focus on in the US, we focus on where the money is because it's capitalism, right? And so, starting with projects that treat water quality in some capacity, and whether that be a parking lot because it's so ubiquitous, and developing a series of modules that could get deployed over many different sites. I love little projects that scale up that you test, and I think that's why we started with these small poplar and willow buffers in small sites, tested them, and the idea is now scaling that up to these bigger projects, right? And making sure that they look beautiful, but they're weak-wooded plants, so they do require a lot of pruning and maintenance, but just getting on top of that, understanding what that is, testing it as a model, and then ramping it up seems to be a good place to start. Yep. And in the US, for us, it's really, I mean, we know petroleum and organics are, easier to degrade, and we can ramp that up much more quickly, but people also just don't understand stabilization of lead, and we have such a lead problem with so many lead-painted houses where we are, and stabilization of lead through just, piling and management of that with both soils and plants are things people truly don't really know about. They think they just have to dig and haul. So solution to pollution is dilution, and a lot of, that's also a very good thing for people to understand.
Hi, good morning.
Hi.
I enjoyed a lot your presentation. Thank you. I just would like to know, what do you do with the leaves of the willows or the poplars, because they phytodegrade, but they may accumulate some metals and metalloids, and when they fall, they spread by the city, and I don't know if you have some restraint schemes about the leaves.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, we have not been that concerned with the leaves, only because, again, solution and pollution is dilution, right? The idea is the leaves get collected, they get composted, the compost goes to composting facility that gets mixed with a lot of other debris and other things, and the background levels start to go down. And where the composting facilities where we are, they test their final products going out to make sure they're not too high in different levels. So the idea is, again, solution, pollution, if you were getting extraction, if there was bioavailability of some of those metals, we find that the lead, of course, is not very bioavailable, but if we did get other metals into it, it would definitely be something that just gets composted and then becomes a background. Yep. Anything else? Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Kate. So vamos a pasar a la segunda presentación.
Very well, so we're going to continue with Cesare Salvetat, and we will also have Paola assisting, helping us. Paola Sangali will be helping us with translation, because Cesare will be speaking in Italian, but you will have the audio in English and in Spanish. So if you want translation, well, Paola will be translating into Spanish, and We are recording this session for those of you who could not register. We are streaming through YouTube, so on the web of the project we will have the presentations given today as well as tomorrow. You were taking pictures, taking photos, all right, but know that everything will be available later on. So Cesare is an architect. He studied at Milano University. He started working in the City Hall in 1996. And today he's in charge of improving rural landscapes through the consolidation of green areas and the use of sustainable practices based upon forestry and agricultural healthy practices so as to favor biodiversity as well as water management systems. Since 2018 she also works in peri-urban parks. And well, he has been invited because we wanted to know about projects, similar projects compared to those such as we have here in Vitoria. And he's going to be telling us about all that and what they've been doing in his city.
Buongiorno a tutti, grazie per l'invito e per l'opportunità che ci viene data di conoscere e venire a contatto di altre esperienze anche avanzate, innovative, sviluppate da altre città che possono essere di stimolo anche per la nostra città di Milano.
Bueno, en primer lugar agradecerle.
Thank you very much for inviting me. It is an opportunity to get to know other realities, another innovative and advanced experience that can be useful for our different cities.
Il Parco delle Cave è un intervento che nasce alla fine degli anni 90 ed è un processo che è ancora in corso, sia per quanto riguarda l'acquisizione di nuove aree, sia per quanto riguarda la riqualificazione di parte di queste aree.
Bueno,
The Parco delle Cave, the Quarry Park, is a project that was born in the 1990s and it is still evolving. It is in evolution. New plots of land are being purchased, but also different areas are being modified.
In gran parte, anzi tutti per ora di proprietà comunale, altri ettari sono in fase di acquisizione e di questi circa 100 ettari buona parte, la quasi totalità è destinata a parco pubblico fruibile da parte dei cittadini e una ventina di ettari sono destinati all'uso agricolo produttivo.
So the surface is 100 hectares. Most of them belong to the city, to the municipality, and it is open for public use. It is open for citizens. Some 20 hectares are also dedicated to other uses such as agricultural uses, so 80 for public use and 20 for agricultural use.
Ovviamente per una concentrazione di ambiti estrattivi situati in un luogo circoscritto. Stiamo parlando di almeno 4 specchi d'acqua, anche di grandi dimensioni, a cui sono stati aggiunte anche delle aree umide.
The Quarry Park, it bears its name because there are extraction quarries which have turned into humid areas. There are at least 4 quarries which are today humid zones.
Falda del Comune di Milano, come quella di gran parte della regione lombarda, è affiorante in molti punti. Quindi qui stiamo a Milano la falda oscilla dalla zona nord con meno 18-20 metri al di sotto del piano di campagna fino alla zona sud dove è subaffiorante fino a 2 metri, 2 metri e mezzo.
Hablamos de
We are talking about quarries turned into wetlands into marsh because the phreatic area is very close. It is quite shallow, just like in Lombardy. In the northern area, it is 18 meters below the land, the water table, but in the south, it is only at 2 meters.
Quanto riguarda poi il contatto con la falda, ma anche perché alcuni di questi laghi e le zone umide devono essere alimentate con le acque superficiali provenienti da lontano.
la relación que
Our relationship with water is very important, not only because of the contact with the water table, but also because these wetlands, they also use the superficial waters coming from the mountains.
Interland è costellato da una serie di laghi di cava, in buona parte riutilizzati come ambiti di pesca. In altri casi sono ancora in attesa di riqualificazione. Vedete nell'immagine la mappatura all'interno del comune di Milano degli ambiti di cava che nel tempo sono stati colmati e sono individuate con le zone in verde più scuro.
en el municipio de
In Milan and in the peri-urban area of Milan, there are many old quarries such as this one turned into wetlands. Some of them are used for fishery and some of them are still being recovered, refurbished. Here you can see the areas which have got clogged and which are indicated in dark green.
Pertanto al di fuori del controllo da parte dell'amministrazione pubblica e nel passato si sono verificate situazioni di, appunto, come si diceva, di colmatura, di riempimento, ovviamente con materiali impropri, ovvero rifiuti, scarti da demolizioni e quant'altro.
Almost all of these quarries used to be private at the beginning, but little by little they got clogged with different wastes and they ended up being landfills for inert materials. In a non-controlled way, they ended up being landfills.
Figurate in verde scuro le aree di colmata.
comparando las dos.
If we compare both pictures, if we go to the Parque delle Cave, once again, if we compare both of them, you will see how part of it has got clogged with these wastes I was already speaking about. Degradation, but we also have to add social degradation because together what we have already said, you know, this one being ended as a landfill, there was another activity that started, you know, drug dealing and narcotics being sold there. So from the social point of view, that was also a problem.
insediarono appena poterono all'interno degli specchi d'acqua per poter trovare modo di ricrearsi con la pesca.
Los primeros en reaccionar
The first ones to react were the local fishermen associations who used these different wetlands or these marshes in their leisure time.
Numerosi cittadini e anche associazioni che si preoccupavano sempre di più del degrado progressivo di queste aree, dei fenomeni di malavita e appunto di degrado sociale, tanto da chiedere al comune finalmente di intervenire.
A estas asociaciones de pescadores se fueron uniendo otro tipo de asociaciones y también movimiento ciudadano.
These associations of citizens wanted to recover this area. They made pressure on the city council.
Intervenne negli anni '80, commissionò un primo progetto di riqualificazione del parco e diede l'avvio a una campagna di acquisizione delle aree private senza precedenti.
En este momento es cuando el ayuntamiento.
That's when in the 80s the city council reacted and started to purchase the land in order to start to clean them up.
Che oggi, anche se ormai le aree da acquisire non sono più tantissime e devono essere fatte attraverso nuove procedure di tipo urbanistico.
Esta adquisición.
These purchases continue today, even though there's not much available land to buy, and these areas require different regulations from the land planning point of view.
Era espropriato ed acquisito un numero sufficiente e consistente di aree, il Comune di Milano diede l'incarico a una delle associazioni più importanti, associazioni ambientaliste più importanti a livello nazionale, Italia Nostra, il compito di adeguare il progetto precedente e di dare l'avvio alla realizzazione del parco già su queste prime aree.
In 1997, after expropriating an important number of areas, the municipality commissioned one of the most important national environmental association, Italia Nostra, to adapt and update the previous project, starting its implementation.
Ho chiesto l'intervento massiccio delle forze dell'ordine, cioè della polizia, dei carabinieri, per liberare le aree dalla presenza di attività illecite.
Al mismo tiempo.
At the same time, the carabinieri, the police, had to intervene in order to remove the conflicts for illegal trafficking that were happening in the area.
La di cava si è basata essenzialmente sull'asportazione quanto più ampia possibile dei materiali di scarto riversati sul terreno e anche sulle sponde in acqua, a cui è seguita una modellazione delle sponde e degli specchi d'acqua e nella creazione di nuove aree umide, nella razionalizzazione e riordino di orti spontanei preesistenti e sulla predisposizione di nuovi percorsi.
The restoration consisted basically in the removal of the elements that were blocking the quarries, the waste elements, and the remodeling of the wetland areas and the reorganization of orchards that were created spontaneously.
Fu inaugurato nel 2002 ed è stato aperto a tutti i cittadini.
The park was opened in 22. It's open to all citizens.
Gli enti di recupero sono stati affidati ad operatori specializzati, ma parte delle sistemazioni superficiali e dei manufatti in legno sono stati realizzate da cittadini e associazioni coordinati da Italia Nostra, per dare una forma di coinvolgimento della cittadinanza alla creazione di questo nuovo parco, affinché i cittadini lo sentissero come proprio.
The vast majority of the restoration works were carried out by specialized companies, but the superficial treatment and all the wooden structures were carried out by historical associations, by citizens, in order to create a good link with the park and the people, so that there was a belonging feeling in it.
Degli esempi di riqualificazione paesaggistica e sociale di ambiti degradati tra i più apprezzati dai cittadini di Milano.
Today, it's one of the examples of social reconversion and new landscape and reconversion of degraded areas that is most appreciated by the citizens of Milan.
Che è stata creata successivamente in fase di riqualificazione.
What we see, it's a wetland that was recently restored.
Dal 2010 è diciamo così, iniziata una nuova fase. La manutenzione e la gestione del Parco delle Cave è stata è passata in capo agli uffici tecnici del Comune di Milano, mentre a Italia Nostra è stata affidata, sempre su incarico del Comune, la riqualificazione di una delle cave attraverso una attività di recupero che è tuttora in corso.
Since 2010, the Parco delle Cave has been entrusted to the technical offices of the municipality of Milan and Italia Nostra as an association. Italia Nostra has been entrusted with the restoration of the quarries and areas which are not yet open to the public.
Vigore al paesaggio rurale in quanto un elemento identitario di queste aree ancor prima che divenissero oggetto di escavazione e di degrado.
In this second phase, the idea was to recover the rural landscape and agricultural landscape that pre-existed before the restoration activities.
Integralmente all'interno del Parco Agricolo Sud Milano, che è uno dei più grandi d'Europa nel suo genere. Stiamo parlando di 60 comuni per svariate decine, per 47.000 ettari.
The Parco delle Cave is part of the agricultural southern park in Milan, one of the largest of its kind in Europe.
Dei prati di colza piuttosto che di girasoli sono tutti vengono realizzati annualmente all'interno di aree aperte alla libera fruizione, quindi sono diciamo così calpestabili liberamente dai cittadini.
The flower meadows and the rapeseed meadows are open to the public, and they can be used and they're managed in a local level by the agriculture, but they are also open to the public.
Vi dicevo prima della questione della falda che interferisce direttamente con il Parco delle Cave. Questa è la mappatura delle piezometrie e della soggiacenza della falda freatica, che dà il senso della direzione della falda. L'acqua che è presente nei laghi è un'acqua in lento scorrimento, in attraversamento del parco. E vedete in alto a destra un grafico che rappresenta l'andamento della profondità della falda negli anni, a partire dagli anni 50 fino ai nostri giorni. Come vedete c'è stata una rapida discesa del livello della falda negli anni 50-60, con l'apertura delle fabbriche. Poi mano a mano che le fabbriche hanno cominciato a chiudere c'è stata una risalita.
In the picture, you can see the situation of the slope and the underwater table and the piezometric levels. This indicates the direction in which the water runs. It runs in a very slow pace, and on top you see the evolution of this phreatic layer since the 50s, and you see that there's a big decrease when the plants started to be built in the 50s, and then when the factories closed, the phreatic water table started to grow again.
Realizzate quando la falda era più bassa, con l'innalzamento sono state soggette ad infiltrazioni e quindi a interventi di impermeabilizzazione.
Some of the infrastructures that were created when the water table was lower, when the levels have gone up, we had new problems, especially for the underground train, and they had to make restorations.
Intercettare dei siti produttivi, industriali, raggiungendo appunto i suoli che in precedenza erano in asciutta, ma che poi sono stati appunto bagnati dalla falda, la falda che scorrendo trasporta il materiale disciolto nel terreno. Vedete quella immagine di quei pennacchi, di quelle pennellate, dà il senso del trascinamento delle sostanze al di sotto del piano di campagna.
So the water table has gone up, and then it has intercepted soils and land that were dry. So there is a rundown of materials towards the southern parts. So you've seen that in the colored images. So there is a sliding of these materials that are transported by water.
Tra i più importanti del Parco delle Cave, questi sono alimentati dalle acque superficiali che derivano attraverso un sistema di canalizzazioni addirittura dal Lago Maggiore.
The wetlands in this park are fed by superficial surface waters and through channels that come from the Lake Maggiore.
Il Parco delle Cave si trova poi al termine di un comparto irriguo dove anche i coli provenienti dalle coltivazioni che sono a monte, comprese le risaie, questi coli convergono verso il Parco delle Cave andando ad alimentare gli specchi d'acqua con le sostanze che esse trascinano.
This area is also located at the end of an important agricultural area where rice is planted, and all the fertilizers and the chemicals also feed the wetlands.
Delle acque è stato dato un incarico all'Università degli Studi di Milano Bicocca nel 2010 per fare un po' uno screening, un'analisi della situazione delle acque che sono risultate fondamentalmente eutrofizzate e a causa degli apporti di fosforo, degli altri nutrienti e scarse di ossigenazione per via della difficoltosa del ridotto ricambio delle acque.
In 2010 there was a study that was commissioned to the University of Milano Bicocca in order to monitor, analyze the quality of waters. There's a strong eutrophication because of the important fertilizers discharge and new nutrients like phosphorus. There's a low amount of oxygen in the water, So there was a difficult situation because there was a low exchange and renewal of waters.
E attenzione è stata data all'area umida, che è questa, che è stata quella che avete visto in una delle foto precedenti, che è stata creata per scopi naturalistici ed è meta gradita dell'avifauna e anche da parte di specie abbastanza esigenti.
In this park, in the central wetland, you can find this eutrophication phenomena, but it provides a particular habitat for wildlife, avifauna.
In particolare una presenza intensa di un'alga rossa che ha invaso le acque di questo specchio d'acqua e così come è arrivata all'improvviso poi negli anni successivi non si è più presentata.
In 2019 there was a specific phenomenon that happened because there was a red algae that blocked the discharge of this wetland, and it disappeared and it never reappeared again.
Faccio un breve cenno a una presenza del Parco delle Cave di particolare interesse storico, e cioè la presenza di 2 campi a marcita.
I'd like to talk about one of the main features of this park, because there's still a topology of depuration and cleaning called marchita, which means rotten. Oh yes, when there's it's a very specific typology for water cleaning.
Che è sopravvissuta con grande successo fino al dopoguerra, al secondo dopoguerra, dopodiché è stata abbandonata e oggi nel comune di Milano ne esistono soltanto 5, 2 nel Parco delle Cave.
This technique, the weathered plant filtering, was used in the Middle Ages in the Lombardia area and was used until the Second World War. Today there are only have 5 of these filtering areas with plants, and some of them are located in Le Cave Park.
Sulla conformazione della tecnica, ma volevo semplicemente ricordare che grazie a questa tipologia è possibile raddoppiare quasi la produzione di foraggio, e questa pratica ha consentito nel passato di specializzare l'agricoltura milanese nella produzione del latte e del formaggio, tant'è che il grana è probabilmente nato proprio grazie a questa tecnica.
This technique, I'm not going to give you the details, but basically it allows to filter and to clean water through plants, and in these fields you can produce the double of grass, because it's very rich. And this has been very important for the production of milk and cheese in the area, because here the rural production is very high. And in fact, many farmers depend on these grasslands.
L'abbazia di Chiaravalle, un'abbazia cistercense fondata nel 1135, e i monaci cistercensi sono stati proprio loro a diffondere questa pratica. Vedete i campi marcitori alle spalle dell'abbazia si estendevano per migliaia di ettari, e siccome proprio qui arrivavano i reflui urbani della città di Milano, questi campi sono stati per secoli il depuratore dei reflui della città di Milano, con ottimi risultati dal punto di vista delle acque.
In the picture, you see the Sister Abbey of Chiaravalle from the 17th century, and you see around all the plots In fact, in the past there were thousands of hectares around, and it's in the southern part of Milano, and all the grey and black waters of Milano came there, and these fields were used to filter those waters.
Volta ci imbattiamo in situazioni critiche ereditate dal passato. Nel 2012 è andato a fuoco una porzione del parco al di sotto della quale sono stati scoperti diverse tonnellate di rifiuti, tra cui anche amianto.
Water speaks about soil. Soils were in a critical situations. There were problems that were inherited. In 2012, there was a fire, and there were tons and tons of toxic materials that appeared, among those asbestos.
È stato asportato e poiché non era possibile procedere ulteriormente anche nell'escavazione e nell'asportazione della parte inferiore, l'area è stata comunque mantenuta isolata in modo da potersi in qualche modo rivegetare spontaneamente. Qui la fruizione non è consentita, è consentito solo il transito.
Initially, all the superficial material was removed, but it was impossible to go deeper, so they decided to isolate this area, to leave the spontaneous vegetation to conquer this area, and then to control transit, but people would not be able to use it or to stay here.
Risorse finanziarie o trovare nuove modalità di intervento, di riqualificazione.
Obviously, they're now waiting to find funds to help them solve this problem of polluted land, and they want to remediate and restore this area. This is the summary of what has been done.
E quant'altro, giusto per avere uno sguardo sulla complessità della gestione e poi dopo, se c'è bisogno di qualche dato ulteriore, sono in grado di fornirlo. All'interno della suddivisione delle competenze, una fetta importante è riservata alle associazioni storiche del parco, quelle che già inizialmente si erano battute per la sua formazione e per la difesa dei luoghi, che sono rimaste come partner del Comune di Milano e a cui è stata assegnata una buona parte delle aree, soprattutto quelle relative ad alcuni laghi.
Here you see examples of the use and maintenance, but there's a great complexity. An important part of this management and maintenance is for historical associations in the park. So since the beginning, they worked with the municipality, and they still are partners.
Insieme agli agricoltori, prima forse non mi sono ricordato di dire che il Comune di Milano ha stipulato, ha fatto degli appalti di manutenzione del verde direttamente con le imprese agricole del luogo, e ad esse ha affidato la maggior parte della manutenzione del parco. Ecco, dicevo che queste aziende agricole e le associazioni organizzano spontaneamente durante l'anno una serie di eventi e il Comune semplicemente si limita a coordinare questi eventi e dare supporto qualora necessario.
Una de las cuestiones que quería...
Something I would like to underline is that the greater part of the maintenance and management of green areas has been carried out by the municipality of Milano, but this is in the hands of the farmers of Milan. They carry out maintenance, and associations organize many events. They set up also the priorities for the use of this park.
Però vorrei fare solo un breve cenno a due casi che sono uno in fase di avvio e l'altro di prossima attuazione nel Comune di Milano.
I'd like to show you two examples that are not linked to this project, but two other projects that are being carried out in the municipality of Milan.
A seguito dello sversamento di idrocarburi in ambito agricolo, idrocarburi fuoriusciti da un oleodotto.
The first is the remediation of hydrocarbon discharge from an oil pipe.
Piantumati dei pioppi per verificare in via sperimentale come dire, la resa che ha dato risultati molto confortanti.
In this area, they decided to plant these species in order to clean and filter hydrocarbons.
È stato dato avvio anche una sperimentazione con piante erbacee o comunque legumi e altre piante simili.
Here, the trees were used for the filtering, and then herbaceous species.
In attesa di avere i risultati definitivi. L'ultimo.
And now they are waiting for the final results.
In una delle zone più pregiate dal punto di vista agricolo e anche storico di Milano, vedete che è in prossimità del depuratore di Nosedo. Questo è il nuovo depuratore. Quello che vedete con questo filo azzurro è uno dei corsi d'acqua più antichi di Milano, che è stato usato per secoli come scarico fognario. E con le acque di questo corso d'acqua si irrigavano territori vastissimi, quindi tutti quelli compresi all'interno di questa valle. Ed è in atto un processo già consistente di ricostruzione di tratte di questa valle. In particolare in questo punto sono state realizzate diversi ettari di aree boscate, quindi in prossimità dello sversamento delle acque ai fini dell'irrigazione. E c'è un'altra parte che invece vorremmo conservare come produttiva agricola, che ha risentito dell'apporto dei materiali trasportati con i reflui, per cui si intende avviare un'attività simile di fitorimedio, simile a quella che abbiamo vista nel caso precedente.
This other project is now beginning to be implemented in an area where there is one of the old rivers in Milan. It was used to clean the waters of the city. There's a great accumulation of materials. One of the areas is going to be planted with trees near this river, and then there's another agricultural production area which has suffered from the discharge of these pollutants. Thank you.
¿Hay alguna pregunta?
Any questions? We have a couple of minutes for questions and I can translate, but use the microphone, please.
Grazie professore per la sua presentazione.
Thank you, Professor, for your presentation. I would like to ask a question regarding the Porco della Cave project. First, where is the level of the water table in your project? What are the pollutants that appear? Nutrients, phosphorus, oxygen, elements. What are the other pollutants and contaminants that you found after the industrial production in this area? In the Parco de la Cave, during the year, the water table is quite stable, the levels are quite stable. In some points, the level is quite low because I suppose there is an obstacle for the water. But in the lower area of the park, it's 3 meters. And regarding the substances and pollutants in the water, we found a series of elements because we asked an institute to make the analysis. There's a special laboratory and they recorded a series of materials which are typical from the industrial production, but I don't remember. I'm not an expert on that, but in order to recover that area, we needed to have analysis of the substances and chemicals in the water, just basically to know if they were dangerous. And 3 years ago, many fish were dead. And there was panic in the population. So we carried out analysis of the water again through the ARPA, which is the regional agency that verifies the quality of the waters. So in fact, it was the lack of oxygen that made this fish to die. There was a thermal inversion which happened under these circumstances. The university at the time checked the quality of the waters and they used the biological indicators like diatoms and other microorganisms. But there were no critical situations that were recorded in the park. The Le Cave is monitored through a piezometric wells station that is in the southern part of the park, so they can verify what is the quality of the water. So there is an ongoing analysis of the waters, and thanks to people in the university which are measuring the levels.
Que le han dirigido es cuál es el nivel de la falda de la capa freática dentro del parque y si existían algunas sustancias contaminantes procedentes de actividades industriales precedentes en la zona. Entonces, el nivel medio oscila durante el año, pero dice que el nivel medio es más o menos se sitúa en torno a los 2,5 metros, 3 metros en esta zona, el nivel más bajo, tal vez 2,5 metros. Y en cuanto a las contaminantes, hay una serie de análisis que se han ido registrando por un instituto especializado en la que sí que se ha visto trazos de elementos. Dice que las sustancias ahora no las tiene aquí presentes porque son muy complejas, son muchas sustancias, pero que se encuentran en niveles bastante bajos, en niveles que se ha retenido que están muy diluidos con respecto a la cantidad de agua que existe en la zona y por lo tanto no son muy apreciables. Dice que hace 3 años existió una muerte de peces debido a realizar una serie de analíticas y se encontraron con que la mortalidad de los peces se debía sobre todo a una falta de oxígeno. A una falta de oxígeno que estaba provocada un poco por una inversión térmica que se produce en estas circunstancias. Normalmente existen unos controles periódicos que se llevan a cabo mediante también indicadores biológicos, como pueden ser la utilización de diatomeas o la utilización también de otro tipo de microorganismos para saber cuál es la calidad o la situación de la calidad de las aguas. De alguna manera, también se controlan, todos estos análisis tienen algunos piezómetros situados aguas abajo de la salida del agua del parque, de manera que hacen estos de una manera continuada a lo largo del tiempo, que tiene estos análisis y que si los necesitan los puede facilitar. ¿Alguna otra pregunta?
Are there any other questions? Well, thank you.
Gracias, Cesare. Gracias, Paola, por la traducción.
Thank you, Cesare. Thank you, Paola. So we only have a little delay, 5 minutes, so let's go to the third session by Antonio Urtaga, who is a mountain engineer and a technician of CO BirdLife, which is a non-governmental organization, the most important one in terms of conservation and restoration. They work with fauna, birds, and the different habitats associated to birds. And in this case, in Cantabria, they work a lot in marshes and wetlands. And he's going to be telling us about the Cuchilla quarry. And in this case, he won't be talking about planification, but he will be talking about the management of these areas. No microphone.
Microphone.
Microphone, please.
Vale, mejor.
Thank you. Yes, something essential to develop these projects is to cooperate, to collaborate hand in hand with all the different stakeholders. In this case, for the recovery of these quarries, this degraded area, of course, we first contacted the owners, which is the Mingo City Council, the company which has been running these plots all by, and then the European Commission co-funded the project, and of course CO BirdLife was in charge of the technical approach. Let me put things into context. Cuchilla quarries are a former mine. They started being used in 1927 until the year 2006. What happened? They ended up creating a degraded soil, very poor soil. And in Cantabria, we have optimal conditions so as to develop exotic invading species. So in such a poor soil as this one, that was the case, and we have a specific plant which is La Pampa grass, Cortaderia celoana, and that is the situation in which the plot was a few years ago. As you could see, we almost had 100 hectares completely invaded by this species. So before the quarry stopped being used, in the 1990s, there were already different actions being developed, being carried out. All those actions always had 3 main goals: integration within the landscape, ecological and environmental recovery, and the reconditioning purpose. Because we do not only want to restore or to improve the biodiversity just so as to attract insects or birds, but we also want people to come and enjoy these areas. We want inhabitants to enjoy this area. So which have been the different actions developed so as to recover this degraded area? Well, first of all, we worked from the geomorphological point of view to try as much as we could, even if it was impossible, to try and go back to the situation of origin, then taking advantage of water resurgence and springs. We had reached the table water, so we wanted to promote the wetlands, boost the wetlands that already existed, even if, as I said, this had become a plot of land invaded by Cortad area. It is true that we tried to eliminate those plants. It was not well done, as it is usually the case when fighting against these species, because we wanted to eliminate them, but then we forgot that you have to monitor and to carry on with follow-up activities, and that is why we failed fighting against the pampa grass. We revegetated using, for example, in riparian areas with holm oaks, fruit trees. We created meadows, and I go back to the beginning, and we went back to the plan of public use, because of course we also worked with volunteers, and it is an area that we wanted to recover for people, for pedestrians. So the culmination, the most important moment for this degraded area was the year 2018. It was then when the Livestock Cortad area project started. The goal was to fight against La Pampa grass, mainly in Cantabria, which was the origin of the invasion, and it is a region where we have most of these invading plants. So in this project, something important for us was to choose 5 industrial sites which had been abandoned, or which were, so as to say, brown fields, and they had been abandoned. There had been no management, and there were many seeds belonging to this Cortad area, and that was abandoned. There were no more factories there, and that is why we decided to go to Cuchilla Quarry. That was the first site. Life projects. Yes, cooperation is essential in this project. I have said it once and again, cooperation. In this case, cooperation between ourselves with the technical team, 3 entities working for the social inclusions, people with disabilities. The logotypes are there, and then we worked with Portuguese partners such as the Coimbra University and Villanova City Council. Which were the different activities that we developed in Cuchilla Quarry? Well, there were more than 10 hectares. We had limited funds, and that is why we concentrated on these 10 hectares, which were absolutely invaded by La Pampa grass. 10 hectares. And that is where we decided to take a spade, cut them, bury them. We were working with different contributions of materials, manure, and then we decided to plant other local species, then later on to attract livestock. In former projects, we had been revegetated certain areas, but then there was no follow-up, no management, and that is why La Pampa grass was still there, and it had not been eliminated. So we had to keep on fighting against Cortad area. So how to keep them free from Cortad area, these plots of land? To try and prevent them from blooming. Well, we have decided to use horses, donkeys. Horses and donkeys mainly have been used, and also some cows, but mainly donkeys. They have been essential to try and eliminate cortaderia. Something else that we did was to create wetlands. As soon as you have wetlands, humidity, that is also a good method to fight against cortaderia. We also decided to identify prevention techno soils. What did we want to identify? We wanted to create a substract out of human wastes or industrial wastes, and that is how we wanted to try and create that substract so as to improve the quality of the soil and so as to make things difficult for cortaderia, and at the same time to make life easier for autochthonous species. This was done with Basoinsa, a Basque company, and together with Naker. And the truth is that after many bureaucratic red tape and many problems, it is true that after many studies, the wastes that we ended using in our tests were manure coming from elephants, coming from the Cabarzeno Zoo, clogged sand and silica. We carried out different tests with different compositions of wastes. Then we tested the planting, direct planting, compacted and non-compacted, clogged and non-clogged soils. We carried out the lab tests and we ended up having interesting results. And the good neo soil was the number 3, identified as number 3. And then we went there on the fields. We started working in the different plots, 15 square meters, and we decided to reproduce what we had identified in the lab, and we had 80% of clogged sand, 4.5% silica, and then the rest was elephant manure. We decided to try and eliminate the roots, and that is how we started working in these different plots of land. We do not have the results yet, but apparently results are going to be good, because it is true that, in nearby plots they still have many problems with cortaderia, and in our case, we think that we are managing this situation quite well. The other important aspect that I would like to refer to from the environmental point of view was the next generation funds. The government in Cantabria decided that this was an important area and that we could invest here those funds, because we were talking about a quarry. So we could benefit from those funds. We drafted the project and we had to reach an agreement with the owners what could be done there, what did they want to do. So what was the system, the tool that we used so as to be able to keep on working? We signed different agreements. We signed agreements, stewardship agreements, so that those are just an agreement between Sea Over Life on the one hand and then the landowners. So we agreed upon which is the type of restoration, which are the different actions for the environment preservation we want to run. And this is a very important tool, because the goal is not just to obtain funds and money, but also the goal is that the owners and all the stakeholders should reach an agreement in terms of, respecting certain rules. So This land stewardship agreement was very successful, but of course, once again, it needs the cooperation of all the stakeholders. There are different types of agreements. In certain cases, we were there just to give advice. We could not work because we had no time or no funding, but we said, well, at least we can advise you. Elsewhere, we have been able to get committed and to work, to do the work ourselves. Sometimes they give the plots of land to us, and they tell us, well, you can do whatever you want for 20 years, of course, respecting the agreements, or we can exchange plots of land. For example, if there is an owner who has a wetland or marshes, maybe we can exchange those plots of land in exchange of other lands if we are interested in a specific wetlands. So many different agreements can take place. In our case, in this project, we wanted to recover this quarry, and we wanted to generate different ecosystems. We wanted to take use of the wetlands that already existed to make them bigger and to make them better. And at the same time, there were in the past, there was plenty of coastal area or other exotic species, or in degraded area. We wanted to work with different plants, autochthonous species. We are going to be working, for example, with the scrubs, heathlands. We also want to create meadows that we will be maintaining and promoting, managing them well, so that people, users, can enjoy them, to attract livestock. Also, for example, we want to promote pasture land, grazing lands, once again to attract livestock, and also to promote riparian vegetation. And that is what we want to do. We human beings, we have been creating many different problems, so we wanted to recover this area also to be able to plant species such as Pyrenean oak groves. So whenever we speak about environmental restoration, we always want to, that once the project will be over, what we want is that this will require zero maintenance, because very often, just as in the case of invading species, the problem is that you spend 5 years, for example, running the program because you have the funds to do that, you have the money, but as soon as the program is over, everybody forgets about it, and then everything we did ends up being useless. So we always want to try and have zero maintenance. How to make it happen in terms of how we manage our plants? Well, with working with very high density of revegetation, using always autochthonous plants. When we speak about plants and trees, autochthonous species having a high colonizing capacity and able to bear fruit and to give plenty of seeds, so that those seeds can keep on dispersing and so as to perpetuate their presence. Let me give you some examples about what we are creating, so that you can see that that is the goal. Being able to restore using plants without then requiring loads of maintenance. For example, if we are talking about oak groves or Pyrenean oak groves, then it is true that maybe we will need a bit of irrigation or maybe some replanting. Maybe that will require some months or some years, but that is all. And then, we will have to follow the evolution of if there are new shoots, new cortaderia. It is true that that will require some follow-up. And then, for example, if we talk about ponds, yes, they are very important in terms of biodiversity, and they require very little maintenance. We just need riparian plants to be in good health, and if there are invading plants such as Baccharis or Fallopia or Cortaderia, you just have to follow them to try and eliminate them from the very beginning. Then if we talk about other species, there are highly colonizing, for example, headlands. It is true that they can end up covering, they have a very high ground covering capacity, and it is true that it requires a little bit of follow-up, but not as much as that. Grazeland, for example, pasture land, grazing land, that doesn't really require that much maintenance. We just need to attract livestock, and that's it, and it is easy to maintain, and we can obtain spectacular results in terms of biodiversity. And then, of course, we need to be able to follow the birds and the pollinators that we are attracting with those plants, but that's it. And then the riparian plants, yes, it is true that at the beginning, you know, it requires a bit of follow-up, but if that is done, later on that will require no maintenance. And to finish, just as I started, I would like to go back and to underline the importance of cooperation, collaboration and coordination between all the different agents, all the different stakeholders involved, landowners, managers, conservation groups, anybody interested, city council, administrations, they all need to join their effort to work in coordination so as to be able to recover these degraded soils through the right plant management. That's all. Thank you very much.
Hola, buenos días, Antonio. Bueno, yo tengo varias preguntas.
First question. If we bear in mind the problem generated by Pampa grassland, what is the most effective technique to eliminate it? I've been working as a volunteer. Yes. Well, I think it is quite easy. It is not as difficult as that. It depends on the place. In areas such as these ones that I showed you, where we had lots of cortaderia, we need mechanical tools. A spade, for example. And from the economic point of view as well, that is the easiest thing. But if we are talking about, well, in other cases, if you have, if the problem is not as big as that, you can do it by hand. We always try not to use herbicides, but it is true that certain people who say that they cannot do it by hand, so they use weed killers or other methods. And then we always propose the mixed method. First, you try to cut it. Then, once it has been cleared or cut, that is when you can use the weed killer. But first you have to cut it down. Very often you see how people are using weed killers, glyphosates. You see whole clouds of that. And of course that has to be avoided. But pulling them, the most important thing is not to leave the root. Either mechanically, if the invasion is very important, or by hand. The root is not as deep as that, as people tend to think. No, it is not that deep. But well, little by little, you have to be patient and it can be done. And the techno soils technique that you use, you were talking about elephant manure. Interesting, because the replication of the technique, if that is successful, maybe it is true that it is not as easy as that to find and to have elephant manure. Well, we have a zoo, and that is why we have loads of elephant manure. Well, it is true that it was difficult for us to identify what was the right thing to use, not only in terms of availability, also we had to take into account the waste, and it has been a whole battle from the administrative point of view. And we decided to use elephant manure. Elephant manure because we had reached an agreement. We could have tried to use, I don't know, horse manure, for example. We have been importing, loads of manure from the army, and it is marvelous to see how, you plant, you put no manure and nothing happens, but you use the manure and suddenly the seed explodes. So it is beautiful to see all that. So those were the different products that we selected. We tested many more, but elephant manure, that is what we chose.
But now we need to make it cheaper and to make it more accessible, because everybody has cow manure or horse manure, but no, we have our elephant there. It's a good provider. You speak about coordination between the different stakeholders. Do you have a regulator, a coordinator that you choose, a negotiator or something that puts in contact all the stakeholders? How do you manage that? No, we speak to everybody. Here in the Cuchilla quarry is at the end of the San Martin River. This is Mingo, and the other side we have Suances. And just there's a slope. It's full of cortaderia. We need to speak to everyone around, because if we remove cortaderia and we have a slope in front of the river, which is dispersing the seeds, there's nothing to do. So we have to be in contact with the government of Cantabria, with the municipalities. We're going to have a new park with native species, with riparian plants, and it would be a public park. But we need to be in dialogue with everyone. Sometimes you speak about city councils or landowners, and they don't like to do, don't want to cooperate. We need to be very diplomatic. We need to offer them something in exchange. And we need to luck sometimes too.
Hola, buenos días.
Hello. What was the legal and administrative route so that the techno-soil ingredients in Cantabria are not considered as waste anymore? Well, yes, we have a lot of bureaucracy to battle against, and some of the products we couldn't really classify as biosoil, and silicium sands, for instance, after the transformation, they were used for molds, but at the end we had to pick those waste before their treatment so that it wasn't considered as a waste. With the new waste law, these things should have been facilitated. The new waste law allows to do research with this waste or with these substances, so this should be classified as a byproduct Of course, some of the waste cannot become byproducts, but these silicium sands could have been authorized as byproducts. But people were afraid. What are you going to do? They asked us. Initially, our idea was to use water sludge plant waters, the sludge plant, and we had to forget about that. We couldn't use that sludge water because it was really interesting for us because we could have solved many problems with sludge water, treated water, in order to restore degraded areas, but we were not allowed to use that. So, because, you know, waste are regulated. Vasorinsa and Naker and other centers, they know all the problems that we've had because you cannot just play with waste.
Hola.
Hello. Thank you very much. I'd like to wish you luck and success for your projects. I have a question. Apart from Cortaderia and La Pampa grass, do you have acacias and other invasive plants, many plants, yeah? Do you have experience against acacia? Yes, I would like to know what you do against other invasive. Well, we just pull it out at the beginning. In other of the industrial areas where we work, this was an area near Viesco and under electric cables, and we had to pull it out. These acacias, these plants, we had to pull it out. We had a month later again the acacia came back, even though we planted some other plants. So we had to put goat, because these animals just crushed the acacia, and we succeeded here. Otherwise, you have to pull them out. There's no other solution. The problem is performance. When there are many sprouts, where there are buds, it's very difficult. When they become trees, you can just take the fruit. And in the past, we had no acacia, no invasive plants of this type. But now the acacias are just 1 meter high. You just cannot get rid of them. It's very complex. Of course, you can use herbicides. We try to avoid it. We never recommend that. We prefer to pull it out or to use goat. And donkeys eat the buds and the shoots. With donkeys and with goat, at the end, they are very effective. Animals do control Cortaderia and La Pampa grass and other types of invasive plants, so it's very good for everyone. We need to use animals, but the acacias are not the worst. But it's quite complex to get rid of this plant, more even than La Pampa grass. Microphone, please.
Sí, sí, sí. Sí, sí, te empieza a salir.
Yes, it starts appearing and you cannot stop. I'm sorry, I don't have the solution for these plants. Okay, there are no more questions, so we will have a coffee break. Please be back at 11:30. Thank you. It's next door.
Sí. Vale.
scrivere. Sofì che... Ah, lo sai?
Bueno, vamos a continuar.
Let's continue with a session number 2 with 3 other speakers. Please take your seats. Now we're going to listen to Paola Sangalli. She is a biologist and landscaper. She's the head of the European Federation of Soil and Water Bioengineering, and she was also the head of the Spanish Association of Landscape Engineering. She's a specialist in landscape restoration and bioengineering techniques for soil and water, both at the practical level and in the publication of documents. Paola, we'll start with you, and then I will introduce the next speakers.
Muy bien. Bueno, voy a explicaros.
I'm going to speak about bioengineering, landscape bioengineering, this discipline, because it's an ally of phytoremediation and of this power plant, these 17 senses of the plant, the plant intelligence that we want to preserve. This picture, I use it a lot. It's about the Anthropocene. At last, we've done it. We've left our trace. It's a hard trace, a hard print on the planet. If the day has 24 hours, the man appeared in the last 2 minutes. In the last 2 minutes, we were able to leave a print. From the ecological point of view, this is impossible for another species. Where are we? We're here. 80% of European habitats are altered. This is not a cold data. This appears on the website of the European Union. 80% of European habitats are in bad condition. This has to make us think. It's our habitat. And after COVID-19, we've seen that we've suffered these damaging and deterioration of our habitats, and we need to take decisions. But I don't want to insist too much. I don't want to be so negative. But restoring is possible. Going back is possible. And I don't know if you know it, but we are in the decade of ecosystem restorations. This is proposed by the United Nations. This is a decade of ecosystem restoration with a main goal, which is 2030. This goal is not just for the FAO and the United Nations, because we have the Green Deal in the European Union. The idea is to have a law for nature restoration. It's a very ambitious law. Nature restoration law. It's been under discussion in Parliament. The idea is to cover 20% of marine and terrestrial areas of the European Union for 2013 and all the ecosystems that need restorations in 2050. This law is now being debated, and there are many pressures and lobbyists, but there's a solid will to adopt it. What this would imply for us: the nature restoration law and a national plan in Spain. Why I'm referring to this? Because we had this the opportunity to work for the Spanish ministry. When I was called, I said, I'm not a specialist in strategies, I'm just a technician. Yes, we need that you coordinate a group of experts. We coordinated 8 people. I have 100 experts at national level for the guidelines for ecological restoration, and I hope this will be published in a short period of time. These are the laws and the affected by the restoration law. We are all over the place. Water, coasts, pollution, finance, everything is cross-sectional here. Ecosystems. Where is this law focusing on? Wetlands, forests, coast, etc. we're talking about the most anthropized ecosystems where man has more influence. Amongst those, the agriculture. Agriculture and the PAC in Europe is being negotiated because we need to have restoration and landscaping and ecological remediation and restoration in agricultural areas. In Holland, for instance, the regenerative agriculture and the introduction of small ecosystems within big farming land is something that is going to be favored. An anthropized landscape is forests. I'd like to insist on this because in the Basque Country, especially in Gipuzkoa and Vizcaya, we need to rethink this. Look, big cuttings or erosion problems that you see on these slides, we need to have a sustainable forest management. We are not just losing vegetation, we are losing soil. And the third ecosystem is the urban ecosystem. Until now, when we speak about ecosystems, it seemed that the urban ecosystems were left out, but now the urban ecosystems are going to have a weight in the new legislation. So let's have we need to green cities. Okay, this is the example of Vitoria, but we need to extend it to other cities with less resources, to renaturalize, to greener cities. So that's what we've been working on for the definition of criteria and guidelines for the ecologic restoration in Spain. Until now, well, it hasn't been published, so it hasn't been disseminated yet, but we've had 8 parts, and I had to deal with one of them. We spoke about following, quality, and follow-up. That's what I've done with more than 130 standards for ecological restorations. I had a group of 20 experts and I had to distribute that. So many standards, so I need to have abstracts. So we selected 10 of those. We needed to find restoration projects, whether a quality control or a follow-up has been done. We only found 3. It was very difficult to find spaces that could survive, to what Antonio explained, these 5 years of life programs. And one of our proposals is that life programs include financing. Instead of giving 5 million, they have to give 1 million more. That is 6 million for quality control and follow-up and monitoring. This is a reflection. We write a lot. We have a lot of legislations, a lot of standards, but we don't have specific and concrete case studies. And this is a window of opportunity that is now closing, and we need to work more on this. So the restoration of urban ecosystems is a priority. We need to reintroduce nature in the cities. And for this purpose, we're talking about green infrastructures, planning, but also solutions that are more user-friendly and ecology-friendly. I'm talking about landscape bioengineering. Sometimes it's automatic. So what is this? This is specific discipline in engineering. And plants are used as construction materials. They are used in water and in the soil. Landscape bioengineering is engineering because we use techniques and strategies to solve problems of erosion and or stabilization. It's bio because of the plant. It's engineering because we look for solutions, and we need to restore these ecosystems and their services and their biodiversity. A sentence that it's important for me is without plants, there's no bioengineering. There's only bio-business. There's no bioengineering if we have no plants. Techniques of bioengineering are based on nature. So what we call nature-based techniques. First, erosion control, soil stabilization with different technical functions, with ecological purposes. We are very ambitious. We want to stabilize the soil, but we want to have a progression of the vegetal cover. We need to restore the ecosystem. Sometimes we don't do erosion control or stabilization. An example is to leave the bad, dead timber to create biodiversity in riverbeds in order to favor the ecological restoration. But there's another part here, the landscaping part. It's important to have this perception. Human perception is very important for landscape. Either you love it, either you hate it. And for me, the fact of masking our infrastructures is important. For me, it seems that we've not done nothing, and that's the best result. Everything is natural. Well, it seems natural. And the fourth element here is social and economic functions. These are workshops and technical days. With the pandemic, we had the security distance with masks, etc. We are now reorganizing these workshops. You need to learn by doing. It's the best way of learning. And then we need to teach. When you teach, you learn more. So that's my future, I think. Interdisciplinarity. Karen has mentioned that we need specialists, but not everybody is a specialist. We need to share a global vision. It's 30 years since I started to work, but I don't want to break walls. I need to be multidisciplinary and work with others. This is the elephant tail. This is a holistic vision. We all see the reality according to our lenses, to our glasses, according to what we think we see. But the reality is the sum of these visions. So we need specialists, yes, but we need to have a whole vision, a common vision. And a key word for me is resilience. All systems are resilient. We need to give landscapes the ability to recover and to bring them resilience. In bioengineering, we don't act on the problem, we act on the sources of the problem, on the causes. We need to generate conditions so that the rest comes later on and settles. That's our difference from traditional engineering. When we see an embankment, we're not going to solve the problem of the embankment, we are going to look at the hydrology, the bushes, the soils. We will imagine many different we will imagine different actions. Fields of applications. This has been done by the Federation. This is Eva Hacker with the students. Dune and coastal restoration, wetlands, river restoration. Some of the examples in the Basque Country, a canal from the Civil War, and the restoration before and after. Removal of cement, and the new riverbed or canal bed, and this is the works, and this is the new banks. If we showed this example with hydraulic mobilization, we would have different results, but that was a success at the time, and I would like to show you the evolution of these techniques. With EcoMed project, we had the opportunity to analyze the meshes. Sometimes there's a transfer, immediate transfer between the trunk that we installed, 20 centimeters of trunk, and the development of vegetation, you see, the roots. And another idea is sustainable urban drainage. This is in Italy. Landslide, a hectare, a big landslide. And this is bioengineering, the evolution until 2016. Follow-up is so important in these techniques. You have to see the result and see that, in fact, the trend is good. Extractive activities, mines, different techniques. These are linear infrastructures. I cooperated for many years with the provincial government in Guipúzcoa with conservation of roads, doing these treatments, and we restored limolite areas, so almost no organic matter, with different techniques in order to promote the appearance of more vegetation. And then after fires, forest fires, many examples, because man has left its print, and we can use bioengineering all over the place. What do we use? Plants with biotechnical characteristics, plants that have biological characteristics, vegetative production, adventice, studs and poles, and stress, tensile strength, many technical characteristics. These are interesting for our practices and techniques. We replace meshes, metal elements with plants. This is more interesting than just bolts and metal parts. This is in Brazil. Analysis of different species. Every time you change the area of the plot, you need to analyze the behavior of your species. We worked with very good botanist in Espírito Santo University. She tested 100 different species. She tested and we had the selection of the preferred species because she was setting up all the characteristics, and we did in vivo testing. The basis is plants. I will continue. I know that I speak too much. 2 examples. 15 minutes. Oh, I'm so fast. Okay. I will have only 5 minutes for questions. I'll explain 3 projects here. One is stabilization of a landslide on National Road 1. We worked with the provincial government in Gipuzkoa in 2010. You will see the results in time. And the success, because we replaced a solution of screen walls with metal parts, and we replaced it with this. This was the landslide on the national road in Idiazabal, upstream. So this was the wall. And this landslide, we didn't know the causes. It's an area with this big wall. It's monitored, when pressure is monitored. So the slope is moving. Bioengineering has its own limits. We need to know the limits and the constraints of bioengineering. If we have no structures up to 5 meters, well, we can do something with that, but not everything. What did we find when we analyzed the site? There was another landslide that was caused by the rupture of the safeguard channel. So it broke, and then water was inside the embankment, and then with silt and everything, so everything landslided. It's important to make the previous analysis of the morphology of the soil and the land, and you need to have all the layers being analyzed. We had to do probings, manual probings, and the hydrological characterization of the slope. So we need to derive the water and the geotechnical characteristics, the sections, vegetation, subsoil, geology of the area, and the perception. Because this was in a Chigarate mountain, so we need to see what is the appearance, the perception. This is the intervention proposal, revegetation, 2 stabilizations on the points where the slope change, drains, meshes. So you see the drains. It was the first project for the provincial government. So we needed to have a wooden and stone channel. So let's build it. We've made a lot of them because they wanted to test it. It was the first time we worked with this provincial government. At the beginning of the works, we went to have coffee. You shouldn't do that, to stop and have coffee. So it had to start from bottom to the upper side. But the machine opened a dust truck, and we came from 38 degrees to 50 degrees of slope. So we carried out the project, and this is what we did with the mesh. From the engineering point of view, it's quite difficult to implement. For me, I call it the patchwork. Each area had its own solution. And here you see the drains, the channels. So it's beautiful. And these are the results after 6 months.
The landslide, here we used a mixed technique because even if the mesh was up there in wood next to the wall, they wanted us to use some iron to make it stronger. So that is the loricata construction technique. The team, and this is the result 10 years later. 10 years later, you can see the result. And I am so pleased because I know where it is, because you see the bolts are there, but you can hardly see. So taking advantage of this experience of 10 years working with IDOM, with this company, and with the Provincial Council of Biscay, we have written a handbook for engineers so as to introduce these techniques from the beginning, from the project. The handbook has not been published yet, but it will be quite complete with calculations, dimensions. We wanted this handbook to be useful for engineers when tackling, yes, engineers who are going to be working in the landscape, and civil engineers. Here you can see another example. Let's go to the river. This is another European project, H2O Gurea, an Interreg project with GANASA, GAN, the environmental company from Navarre, with URA, the Basque Agency of Water, the provincial government of Guipúzcoa, together with other French partners. And the idea was to do a bioengineering handbook, something different. Using examples, we had erosion problems in urban areas. We know that erosion is not a natural phenomenon, so there were many problems from that point of view, and we decided to act in a river, in the Bidasoa River, in the Bastan area, downstream. It is not easy because there is a flash flood phenomenon. There are convective storms taking place in the month of July, August, storms which are very violent, and with in just 30 minutes it goes up and down the level, and this movement means that the banks, you know, they erode, that they end up collapsing and falling. So we decided to work here. There you can see Elizondo in 2007. You can see huge floodings, and we had all these problems. You cannot see it there, but we are just next to people living there. So this is the intervention area. This is the modeling work. When you are working with a river, you need geotechnical information, but you also need hydraulic modeling, 2D, 2 dimensions, so as to know about speed, because details are very important. Details count, and that is essential in terms of resilience. A handbook. So we said, okay, techniques, 13 different techniques, those required by the area, and also some more techniques that we wanted to introduce. Here you can see the different works, and taking advantage of all that work, well, the techniques are calculated so that when the normal flooding, well, you know, that will be flooding just naturally, and the plants have to be put in those areas where above the average flow. So that is why we need modeling, and we need to be visiting the place. This is the result. After some time, we developed 6 different projects, 3 developed by ourselves, 3 by other companies, and at the end, here is the manual, the handbook. It can be downloaded for free from the website, and you know, we decided to take pictures step by step, as if we were giving a recipe through TikTok or through YouTube. Pam, 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 picture after picture. Step by step, that is what we wanted to show, because if not, we cannot be everywhere, we in the association. So that is why we wanted to leave everything photographed and written down. And now, I feel as proud as a mother, because, well, my son is an architect, and I would like to share this project because it is important from the public space point of view. It was rewarded, Young Talent Architecture Award. You know, it was given by the European Union for the project. I don't know how many hundreds of projects were there, 4 were selected, and one of them was this one. And it is true that I feel very proud because, you know, that architect is my son, once again, but also I think that this is a project that has been thought from the urban planning point of view and from the architecture point of view. You incorporate both things, but elsewhere, you know, that is not always the case. So very, very quickly, that is the intervention area, an agreement between the Polytechnic University of Barcelona and Llobregat. They had some money and they decided to develop those was choosing 4 projects. So first selection, one project had to be chosen out of the realm of the study, but which was going to be solving urban problems. This is the area, the intervention area, and they are going to be transforming a park which was only 6 years old. It is going to be turned into a floodable park which will be flooded by the river. There we had an old factory, so when the river reaches this area, it provokes floodings which end up creating serious problems in this area where there is a cultural center, and they are going to be building a house for elderly people there. Why do we build houses for the elderly in floodable places? Well, I cannot understand why. And well, I was working at CO, and after 1 year, you know, flooding started. We were working there, but you know, even people died as a result of that. So let's pay attention, watch out, rivers. And then the transformation into a floodable park. The drawings are beautiful, but the most important thing is to focus here. This intervention here, this new topography, now the water follows this path. And what happened? Well, when they were building this, because they were given the money to make it happen, Gloria arrived. That was a huge disaster. It had very severe consequences in the Ebro as well as in Girona in Catalonia. Time of return 100 years. They were lucky because they showed that what they had designed was successful. Water came in, and it came in there where it was supposed to go according to their calculations. So that backed their calculations. Well, I hope that we won't need a flooding as important as this one to show anything. They used bioengineering because, you know, they were experts at that. That is the park, that is the team, all the different members in the picture. 4 of them, they started working with landscapes, and I am so proud of that because they were architects at the beginning, and all of them, they have decided to, you know, work with the landscape. And this is our very last project. We are working on it. We are going to be working with Ikerlur, an engineering company, and the idea is to solve floodability problems generated by the Estepona River. I cannot share it with you because it is undergoing, but the idea is that this is the reality of this river. It is a small river, 14 kilometers, small basin, but sometimes in certain situations with high tide, since it is completely urban and channel, it generates very important floodings. And this solution goes through reconditioning, all that, generating a floodable park. And we have thought about, you know, having a second bed, creating a second bed for this, a second arm. The main bed is still there, but we want to create a second one, and then we would like to obtain a beautiful park for Baguio. And well, I wanted to show you this picture, and suddenly they put swans there. Then they worked with infographics. Well, the idea is that then we would like this to act as a marshland. Problems, Baccaris, all the problems, we have them all. but we mainly have the problem of having to manage these 63,000 cube meters. All that to manage with new topographies, that is the challenge ahead, to create a new park without having to send soil elsewhere. No, not at all, but being able to manage all that. We were talking about interdisciplinarity. It is only essential. Different engineers, biologists, architects, all working together, hand in hand. I represent a federation. We are 25 years old. Well, we are already 27. Yes, my whole career I've been there working with them. We are 8 associations. The most important one are in Central Europe, the Spanish, the Portuguese, the French one. We are a little bit the little brothers or sisters, even if we are 60 or 70 people already. But already 3 years ago, we started talking about the Friends of the Federation. We want to go beyond. We do not need to have an association to belong to the Federation. We have started expanding in South America, which is quite easy for us, but we are also in the UK, Canada, the USA. Little by little, we have friends all over the place, and we are organizing a course for the 11th and 12th. Yes, bioengineering seminar. It is free. You can come to us. It is organized for 20 people, and we will be going to La Runs, to the French Pyrenees, at the other side of the Tena Valley, Ossau, La Vallée d'Ossau, for free. So I encourage all of you to come. You only have to pay for your accommodation. And something that we are developing is bioengineer with no borders. And there we are in Burundi working with the Florence University. We also went to Ethiopia, but war came and we could not continue. But our idea is the following. As soon as people start retiring, yes, once you reach a certain age, I want them to join this bioengineering with no borders. And let me go back to the beginning. We're talking about plants. Plants. Well, yes, in geological terms, it is true that plants are essential. They have been able to adapt, to survive. We should learn from them. We are losing plants. We have huge problems associated to biodiversity. And maybe here, if I ask you what you see, you will be able to tell me, what is that? Tell me, please, what is that? What can you see on the screen? What's that? Plants, okay. Well, when I show this to architects, they see the tiger. I swear it. You show this image and they see the tiger. And you saw the plant. This was an experience done to explain that the plant, the vegetal world, you do not only see one plant, you see all that variety, all that diversity. 99.5% of the biomass is plants. So it is essential, but we still have so much to learn from them. Yes, I was protecting a camellia in a garden the other day, and I went back 2 months later, and it was not there. It didn't exist any longer, even if we had protected it, put a fence and everything to try and protect the tree. It is so difficult, but we need to protect plants and trees because they are essential for our existence. And that is my last message, because there is a garden, the name of which is Planet Earth. Mustaki, well, you do not know who Mustaki is, but he used to sing a song saying there was a garden, the name of which was Planet Earth. Thank you very much.
¿Hay una pregunta o no? Sí.
Time for one little question.
Gracias por tu presentación, Paula.
Thank you, Paula, for this presentation. We were talking about solutions in rivers, in different fluvial areas. I don't know, maybe it is out of the subject, but the restoration of spaces using rocky substrate. With rocky substrate here in the north, we have many quarries, many slopes. So please tell us about the current day situation in these areas. Are you still working with bolts as you were showing, or are there any other solutions being used? I don't know, something a bit more integrative, something that integrates better. Well, to have bioengineering, we need plants. You know that many of our rocks have a problem. The problem in the fleets, or when you work with some of them, is that they are very hard, but as soon as they are in contact with the exterior, they disaggregate and they provoke problems. So we are working with them. We have a project in Getaria for the fleets with a company. The slopes, the embankments, which are 70-80 degrees, we cannot treat them, but if we talk about, for example, certain areas, we can intervene there. And something important is that we are working a lot in the fleet, more than in terms of solutions, in terms of resilience. We take the embankment, we draw, we define very well the hydrology of the fleet, trying to direct water. As soon as you have water, sometimes you can direct it. The royal embankment is very well, because you know it will be specific for each type of rock, but I am not that much in favor of revegetating when it is impossible, or using too much technique in places where you won't be able to succeed. So I would say yes, but with nuances. We are talking about extreme circumstances. Getaria is a challenge for us, and as such, that is how I assume it, as a challenge. There are no projects. We are going just to try and define possible small interventions, but we cannot sell magical solutions because they do not exist. Prevention. There is a sentence that I love. That's how I work, by Bernard Lachat. Yes, and it reflects how I understand things. It is better, it is easier not to add sugar in the coffee than extracting sugar from the coffee. So it is better to avoid those embankments, because then it is very difficult to get rid of them.
Muchas gracias, Paola.
Thank you, Paola. Now let's go to this second presentation by Sophie Logareille. She comes from France. She's a biologist specialized in water ecology. She joined the Department of the Environment dans les Landes in 1998, supervising a group there. She's in charge of the site. She is going to explain. Arjuzanx. Sorry for the pronunciation. It is not far away from here. She's in charge of that since 2004. She will be talking about the maintenance of this site, and she will be telling us about their different proposals. They propose to share knowledge and to have a public use also for that area. Paola, once again, will be helping us with translation because she is going to be speaking in French. So, Paola will be helping us again.
Y para mostrar aquí. Aquí, muy bien.
Vale, 25 minutos.
Allez. Muchas gracias. Je m'appelle Sophie Logareille, je suis la directrice du
I direct the Arjusan site, and I also the conservator of this national site. So I have to implement the management of this natural site that I would like to show you through my presentation. First, let's speak about the territorial context, then I will be giving some historical background, and then I will be talking about the current day situation from this point of view of sustainable development.
Contexto ambiental también.
So here we are in the southwest of France, Les Landes, 30 kilometers away from the ocean, from the Atlantic Ocean. And that is, we are at the Landes de Gascogne. This is a very important forest. So this represents a privileged site because it is a forest, as I said before, and it is original within the landscape as well, and it introduces the notion of Landes de Gascogne, both in terms of the landscape as well as from the point of view of tourism.
Paisaje de la zona e introduce también la idea de la landa de Gascogne dentro de lo que es la zona interior, el turismo interior.
Voilà, c'est un site qui est très particulier.
It is very specific with its own history, quite unique, because we are talking about a former mine which was in exploitation for 32 years. This all started in 1955 up until 1992. Almost 3,000 hectares were concerned by this mine. 901 hectares were exploited because it is, open air. And they were able to extract 35.5 million tons of lignite. So coal present in this area. And the excavation of these 32.5 million tons required also to transfer different materials such as sand.
Toneladas de lignito, con una excavación de más de 200, para extraer estos 35 millones, de más de 200 millones de toneladas de residuos, de restos del subsuelo.
Donc l'entreprise
EDF was the company, and lignite was, very important for the electrical factory. Later on, in 1985, we started a very important period for the future of this site, because at that point, rehabilitation, refurbishing started. EDF was obliged to carry out these works for security, safety reasons, and also because they had to restore the ecosystem. But the project went beyond because their ambition was also to carry out this ecological restoration.
Pero en este caso quisieron ir más allá porque pretendían hacer además una rehabilitación ecológica.
Voilà, donc les objectifs.
So those were the objectives: to rebuild this area and to generate a new ecosystem, to favor the return of biodiversity, to promote biodiversity, and also being able to create also a laboratory, and to become, so as to say, some kind of ecological showcase to show what nature can end up doing in an area such as this one. And something very important was the economic valorization. Yes, so as to try and develop a very specific kind of tourism.
Tema, el retorno de la biodiversidad, un lugar de observación privilegiado para ver ese retorno para observar la evolución, un escaparate también acerca de cómo se puede rehabilitar y restaurar los lugares y un valor, además darle un valor, una impronta económica importante desde el punto de vista del ecoturismo. Querían desarrollar ese área también como ecoturismo, como turismo ecológico.
Donc EDF va financer 14.
So EDF financed these 14 million euros with having the technical support from the OFB. The French Bureau of Biodiversity, that was the OFB. Even if before it used to have a different name because it was dedicated to hunters. Okay, the different techniques used are quite basic. If we speak about the excavation, we are talking about 40 meters of depth. First of all, we had to rearrange the land to work from that perspective so as to avoid landslides. We had to be reprofiling the banks. Also, there were hydraulic works being done because the activity of the mine had modified the whole network. So we needed to re-establish a hydraulic continuity, and of course we needed to be able to do whatever was necessary to manage water well. We also had to work with water in terms of the water quality, because this land, this plot, as you can see a highly mineral landscape. Lignite, as a result of its physical and chemical properties, has been modifying water quality through acidification.
We also worked on pH of water media. So the whole series of actions that allowed on specific areas that we called basins or ponds. That's the name that we gave to it. But in lakes, we had activities that and remodeling of the plots. Sometimes we left the spaces as they were. We just replant. Sometimes we filled 400 hectares with meadows after we have mixed gramineans and leguminous plants to reinstate the soil, because the great problem of these areas is the absence of microfauna and no natural seeds present in the site. So we needed to dynamize this medium, and we planted 1 million trees to stabilize the soil and to combat erosion.
Bueno, habla un poco de que la profundidad, bueno, la primera cuestión que habla de todas las técnicas que han utilizado para la recuperación, la rehabilitación del lugar. Entonces, en principio hay que pensar que había profundidades de excavación de hasta 40 metros, con grandes taludes y mermas. Entonces, la primera cuestión que han hecho ha sido el remodelado o el reperfilado de los taludes para mantenerlos, para ponerlos en seguridad, para evitar problemas de seguridad. El remodelado del terreno, desde el punto de vista hidráulico también han hecho la recuperación de todo lo que es el drenaje natural del lugar, y también para establecer de nuevo una gestión del agua, porque es una zona muy árida, y también trabajos en la calidad del agua, porque hay que pensar que este terreno es un terreno muy mineral, ha estado sometido a explotación y el lignito, los residuos, acidifican las aguas. Por lo tanto, los pHs que se encontraban en el medio eran unos pHs bastante ácidos. Estos trabajos también se han realizado sobre el terreno, junto con el remodelaje y los cambios y la mejora de las aguas, se han realizado también enmiendas para poder controlar este terreno, y sobre el terreno remodelizado, una vez remodelado el terreno, se han realizado plantaciones. Más o menos hay 400 hectáreas de praderas en las cuales han plantado gramíneas y leguminosas para controlar, sobre todo, crear praderas para controlar problemas de erosión superficial.
Muy bien. Excellent.
Excellent. Thank you, Paola. Okay, now, the picture is from the mine. It's the mine after nature came back. So you see that the natural elements have recovered and new ecosystems appeared. Fauna and flora are spontaneously back on the site, and the rehabilitation works allowed to increase the reinstatement of spontaneous vegetation and recolonization of the site by wild species. Some of the species do illustrate when we have the
Des espèces de libellules.
Otter.
Par exemple, cette libellule qui est là, le Corina front blanc.
Libellules, dragonflies.
Ici, protégées comme cette espèce.
And crane. In the lycopode, as plants, a series of new vegetable and animal species that are colonizing, and this is given a value added from the environmental point of view.
En la imagen, los trabajos de renaturalización que han tenido un gran éxito y que de alguna manera han permitido que se generen que se recuperen ecosistemas. De hecho, dando las condiciones, la flora y la fauna ha venido espontáneamente en muchos casos, y la rehabilitación ha permitido que se incrementen muchas de estas especies, como pueden ser, habla de las especies animales como la nutria o como también la libélula, en concreto la corvina blanca, y también especies de turbera como el Lycopodium, en función de las zonas o del, imagino, y esto le ha dado, esta recuperación ha dado un gran valor ambiental a la zona, al lugar.
The most emblematic species that illustrates this renaturalization is cranes. They stay there for the winter, they never go away, and we have thousands of crane. In 1983 they started to come to this site when the mine was still active, but then the first colonies of crane stabilized there, so we are the first wintering site for crane in France.
Hoy día es la grulla gris, creo que se llama así, grulla gris, que ya ha adoptado esta zona como una zona de hibernación. Y de hecho, si se ve la curva, los primeros ejemplares empezaron a venir en la época de... todavía estaba en explotación, en aquellas zonas que se iban abandonando y que naturalmente se recuperaban, y hoy en día la curva es netamente superior y está conocido como el mayor zona de hibernación de las grullas de Francia, mayor centro de Francia.
Le devenir du site va...
Okay. In 2002, this site is going to be reinforced because the Department of Land, the land region, bought this old mine. We call it the Public Utility Declaration. It's a legal document that allows to recognize the value and the object of this purchase. The idea is here the protection and preservation of natural heritage.
Hay un punto importante en el año 2002, el departamento, digamos, de las Landas compra los terrenos, compra la propiedad con un procedimiento que es el de declararlo de utilidad pública, lo cual permite de alguna manera recuperar estos terrenos y reconocer ese objetivo dentro de la compra de rehabilitación y de restauración dentro de lo que es esta compra.
Alors la protection passe par...
Protection is covered by different statutes. It's the property of the land department. It's a sensitive natural space. It's 206 hectares. It has a community interest for many bird species, crane and others. So it's classified as a special protection area. And the last element for this classification is that this area has been called National Natural Reservation, 2,200 hectares in 2022, so it's a protected area.
Establezcan distintas figuras de protección. De hecho, empieza un poco a hacer en primer lugar, tiene una primera protección de zona sensible de especial interés de 2.670 hectáreas. Después consigue la denominación de sitio de interés comunitario, de sitio de interés comunitario, de zona de protección especial, CEPAS, LICS. Y por último, la clasificación como reserva natural en el año 2022. 2022. Ya es una reserva natural. Se ha ido aumentando la protección, las figuras.
Alors en parallèle,
in parallel to protection, we have what we call the eco-tourist revaluing of the area. All the procedures, that is the purchase, classification as a natural protected reserve, this has been done in consultation with the public, because there was these public surveys and public consultations going on. And as the public is concerned, since 2002 there are leisure activities that were organized here for swimming. People can also hike, bike, and they can also use this lake for aquatic sports.
En paralelo se ha ido desarrollando un proyecto ecoturístico. Este proyecto ecoturístico siempre ha estado concertado, también dice que todo el proceso, desde la adquisición a la clasificación y después a las figuras de protección, ha sido siempre seguido, digamos, en concertación o con la participación de la ciudadanía, del público concerniente. Y el uso público ha sido de alguna manera organizado y fomentado para que, además de un lugar para el baño, para los paseos, para las actividades acuáticas, haya también zonas para bicicletas. Es decir, han desarrollado también un proyecto paralelo para el desarrollo ecoturístico de la zona.
Voilà, en parallèle, ont été développés.
So, other activities have been developed. School children are welcomed here. It's called nature education. We have institutions and schools collaborating. There are different activities that are carried out.
Educación ambiental y también con acuerdos con los hosteleros locales, con las instituciones locales, de manera de desarrollar también una economía local.
Voilà, donc 2014.
In 2014, it's an important year because there was a new project for the improvement of public use. So we wanted to turn this area into a quality tourist site.
Con la realización de un proyecto de mejora, pero desde el punto de vista para el uso, de mejorar las condiciones de uso, y un proyecto digamos, dirigido al ecoturismo también y al aprovechamiento de los usos.
Donc le projet
This project, what is the cost? 6.5 million. with a part which corresponds to the works, and then designing, landscaping, engineering. There's a landscaper who is the director of this project, the Alep agency, with a multidisciplinary team with ecologists, botanists. This whole team succeeded in integrating the notions of landscape, historic value of the site, the ecologic values of this site.
Por un paisajista, por un equipo de paisajistas. El proyecto es de 6,5 millones de euros y ha contado con un equipo pluridisciplinar en el que han participado ecólogos, botanistas, arquitectos. Hay un equipo pluridisciplinar para la realización de este proyecto.
Je vais passer à celle-ci. Donc, le projet d'aménagement.
So the management project is for a big site because we are in the land department near a park. We're showcasing the natural media all around with a great ecological richness. It's a place where 200,000 people come visit every year. It's an important place for crane wintering, and we are called high responsibility site.
Está en la entrada de la zona rehabilitada y es una zona que sirve como de escaparate de toda la riqueza ecológica del lugar. Tiene una afluencia de 200.000 personas al año que lo visitan y también tienen que gestionar la cuestión de las grullas, es decir, que existen como distintos niveles o escalas de responsabilidad dentro de este proyecto.
Mais l'idée, c'est de rester un...
But the idea is to always be a natural space with a rehabilitation project that is completely integrated, well managed. We need to feel in the middle of nature. So the project is called From One Bank to the Other. We can travel in space and in time.
La idea es que de todas maneras se proyecte como un sitio natural donde se integren todos estos valores y todos los valores del sitio y tiene como motivo, sobre todo como título, de una orilla a otra. Una orilla a otra no solo desde el punto de vista espacial, sino también desde el punto de vista temporal.
Donc, sur 400 hectares.
In over 400 hectares, we have 900 square meters were built. So a very small dosage of architecture. And then we'll see the architectural concept. And then there's two hubs here. One is the entrance to the sites and to the reservation with all the information, the welcoming infrastructures, and then a series of paths that lead you to the opposed bank with all the pedagogic plans.
Cuadrados son los que han sido edificados como tal y luego hablará un poco del concepto que se ha tenido en la arquitectura. Tiene como dos polos, uno que se encuentra en la zona de la puerta de entrada del lugar, con las infraestructuras, digamos, logísticas, y luego tiene una segunda polo que son todos estos caminos y senderos pedagógicos que permiten recorrer el lugar, el sitio.
Donc voilà une vue.
There's a general view of the main entrance with the welcoming house and the beach for tourists, and then the baths and one of the lakes.
Vista de lo que es la zona de entrada con la zona edificada, que es una zona de gran atracción turística, y los senderos cómo van llegando, cómo salen, que van hacia la otra orilla.
La maison d'accueil.
This is the interpretation center. This is the place for information, but also the interpretation of the site is done inside this building.
Centro de interpretación que sirve tanto para los servicios como para interpretar un poco, dar a conocer la historia del lugar.
Donc à l'intérieur.
Inside, you will find exhibition rooms where people can understand the history and the ecological content of this site.
Al interior, donde se dan explicaciones acerca de la historia del lugar y también de los valores ecológicos del mismo.
Des supports pédagogiques.
With pedagogical stands and exhibits so people can understand the history of this place, the current biodiversity and geological elements present on the site.
Los paneles que permiten los recorridos pedagógicos que permiten entender tanto la biodiversidad como los elementos geológicos del lugar.
En extérieur, puisque quand on...
Outdoors, there are many paths that were created to have a total immersion in nature. So we have small paths under the trees. So you can also practice different activities.
Verdaderamente se tiene que conocer el lugar. Se habla de existen muchos senderos para inmersivos, que te metes dentro de la naturaleza con senderos habilitados también para zonas de sombra, para tener esa sensación.
Voilà, l'intégration.
This is the landscaping integration. That was a very important part. You see this small house in the middle of the oaks, and then you go down the slope towards the beach and you see the opposite bank.
El centro de interpretación que está en medio de un bosque de un robledal, y existe ese camino que lleva hasta las zonas de la playa y del baño.
Sur la rive opposée,
on the opposite bank, the Miocene garden. It's the geological era which corresponds to the formation of these banks. This is the Miocene Park. This is an invitation to journey in time with the landscaping reintroduction of many trees and plants that were present here 1 million years ago, with marshes, with a lake, and then a dry vegetation on top of the hill.
Lo que es una interpretación de lo que era la vegetación del Mioceno, porque el Mioceno es la época en la que se creó el lignito, de manera que han intentado recrear de una manera paisajística lo que era la vegetación hace 11 millones de años, que va desde una vegetación húmeda marcescente hasta una vegetación o paludosa, hasta una vegetación seca y árida de lo que es la parte alta de los taludes.
Voilà, donc c'est un espace de...
So this open air museum where people can stroll and learn. It's free of access, and then you can discover the environment, the natural evolution of this, and then the artificial development of this area.
Es accesible en todo momento y que permite conocer de alguna manera mejor cuál ha sido la evolución del lugar.
Voilà, quelques images.
Several pictures. Visitors are invited to understand how nature can repossess an abandoned mine.
Cómo la naturaleza, y algunos ejemplos de cómo la naturaleza puede recuperar y apropiarse de un sitio degradado, abandonado.
Voilà. Il y a également des stations
We have also what we call interpretation stations. Here there are panels who tell you the mining history of this site, the geological origins, and those are references to the biodiversity and the nature reinstating this area.
Biológico y de explotación del lugar, y también, como no, los elementos que tienen que ver con la explicación de la biodiversidad, que es verdaderamente el principal motivo de este centro.
Muchas gracias, Paula.
Thank you, Paula.
Vale.
Microphone, please. We have a little delay. I don't know if we have questions in the room.
Merci beaucoup pour la...
Thank you very much for the presentation. It was really interesting to have these positive examples of things that happened in restoration and ecological engineering. I don't know if you can answer the question. What I was interested in the duality, reinforcing an ecosystem and at the same time integrating tourism, because the presence of man was quite devastating in the past. How was this parallel between having ecological interventions and the presence of tourists?
ha felicitado por la presentación y habla un poco que ella quiere saber un poco cuáles son los problemas entre gestionar los ecosistemas y el uso público, porque a veces parece que entran en contradicción y cómo ha hecho frente a ese desafío, algo así, ¿no?
Alors, c'est une question.
Yes, that is a question that we have posed ourselves, and the public here means that there could be the arrangement of the species and alteration of the medium. But we have decided that the uses and the potential activities were going to be done in special areas, and then we would protect sensitive areas which are completely forbidden. Only guided visits can see those sensitive and protected areas.
Bueno, surge un poco desde el principio y lo que han intentado es crear zonas, planificar zonas de uso y zonas donde el acceso no es posible porque son mucho más sensibles a la recuperación. Entonces es una planificación, pero lógicamente es complicado. J'ai une demande.
Oui.
I have a question. What is the best period to visit Arjusanx? Because I was there in the summer, it was beautiful, but I think that in November it has to be fantastic.
Yo lo visité en agosto y me pareció maravilloso y entonces quiero saber otra fecha que...
El invierno cuando las grullas están...
Yes, it's better in winter with all the crane, the thousands of crane there. It's 2 hours and a half from here. It's fantastic. We have 30,000 crane present in winter.
Muchísimas gracias. Seguimos.
Thank you very much. Let's continue with the last presentation of the day. Wendy Andringa. It's an online presentation because she's in New York. Wendy is the founder of Assemblage Landscape Architectures, a landscaping firm based in Brooklyn. She's got more than 17 years of experience in practical and theoretical and teaching activities. She's got MBS in art, so she's inspired in photography and art, and she's worked in many projects today. Following this idea of the water, she's going to show us a project. We'll go back to planning and final results. She's going to explain the creative process, the participative process of Hudson Riverfront Park. It's now, give the floor to Wendy, please, when you wish.
We see you. I think you have to share your screen, right? Okay, we see your screen.
Great.
We see your presentation. Thank you, Wendy.
Great. Hello, everybody from New York. Morning. I am going to be presenting here a project that is a planning stage of a climate-adaptive waterfront design process. I hope our process, working in a public-private partnership, could be a beneficial case study for your work in Vitoria-Gasteiz. Our project team consists of a client, consultant, and a municipality. The client is the New York State Department of Environmental Conservation, Hudson River Estuary Program, and the New York State Water Resources Institute. Our team, the consultants, are called the Hudson Valley Collaborative, and we are myself, Assemblage Landscape Architecture, the project lead, community engagement lead and urban planner called You Are the City, and an ecological engineer called E-Design Dynamics. And the municipality we work with is the City of Hudson. The project background is that we were awarded this project, it was grant funded in early 2021 by the New York State Department of Environmental Conservation. Climate adaptation projects are a priority of DEC, of their Hudson River Action Agenda target, stating that by 2030, all high-risk local governments should have a climate adaptation plan to implement resilient actions to tackle rapid climate change through the end of the century. The objectives for our project were to increase community resilience to sea level rise and climate change, to enhance habitat value and reduce the impacts of flooding, and to conduct an engaged stakeholder process. The outcome would be a legally, technically feasible design and implementation plan that can be used for grants, fundraising, and to advance to the next documentation phase. In New York State context, the Hudson River is a tidal estuary shown as the area in blue. The mouth of the estuary is at New York City Harbor, and so the city of Hudson is quite a ways upriver. It has a tidal range of approximately 4 feet, and due to the distance from the harbor, it is freshwater. So it's subject to sea level rise like all tidal estuaries worldwide. The local ecological context is a mix of urban and industrial shoreline. It has a straightened edge toward the railroad and industry, but despite all the filling and reshaping, there are still fragments of wetlands and a diverse riparian ecology there. Industry has left a large footprint of brownfields along the shoreline. Much of the city of Hudson's shoreline has been reshaped by the deposition of industrial wastes and byproducts, such as iron slag, to create more land at the water's edge for industry. These historic maps and photos of our project site show how the entire site was the main industrial port for Hudson. Our site lies beneath the oil tanks in the photo on the top right. In the early 2000s, the site was remediated and turned into a public park. Public records show that the site was capped with fill, and the city basically planted a lawn and put boat launches at the water's edge. So today it serves as the hub for waterfront recreation and also year-round cultural events. Not much thought was put into the original layout of the park when it was remediated. It's very basic, a large lawn, large areas of vacant space with gravel parking here and here that are quite underutilized. And then it has a really nice historic warehouse, which is abandoned. And I want to point out here that there are 2 adjacent lots, close proximity to our site, that are privately owned. And this private ownership is a challenge to gaining consensus for climate adaptation plans. Reaching consensus on an approach requires communication and collaboration, and participation with our neighbors had mixed results. This slide shows the industrial past of the site. We had a manufactured gas plant and remnant warehouse over here. Here's a former petroleum storage facility. That was where the dark pink area is shown. And then these 3 points that are marked by number 4 are railroad transfer stations for industrial materials. So when the last facility was closed down, the area was remediated, capped, and they just put the park on it. So as I mentioned, sea level rise is going to impact this park. So we created this map using New York State DEC data, using the highest percentile sea level rise projections in order to analyze the changing shoreline and share with the community as a point of beginning for our work with them. The annotations on the map helped personalize the features and predict the year that they would be impacted. First, this was the first chance that many of the community members had been able to see and process the impact that sea level rise would have on their park. Most of the park was built over fill created by industrial byproducts, and this section demonstrates that a lot of the land was filled to be flat and just above the high water line in the last century. So as the river rises in the 2050s, it will be inundated shoreline only, but then between the 2050s and the 2080s, it will advance into the park more rapidly because the land is so flat. And flooding is already becoming more frequent along the Hudson shoreline. These images are from December 2022, and the floodwaters are already rising to the 2080 sea level high water line. Our project had a robust community engagement process that lasted 1 year. We had multiple ways of meeting with the community. We had an advisory group of stakeholders, public meetings, focus groups for special interest groups, and we also paired with other organizations in Hudson that were doing parallel projects that helped. One thing that we did that proved to be a very effective tool was mark the projected 2100 sea level rise datum with contractors tape in the park before every site meeting or tour we did with the community. This way people could interact and engage with the future shoreline location on site instead of always looking at it on a map. And this was revelatory for many people and helped communicate the motivation behind our project and why we should act now. Planning for climate change requires us to consider change over long periods of time, such as the year 2100, which is quite different from showing a plan of the intended design only after it is constructed. We modeled the site with sea level rise to show the difference between no action and the climate adaptive design proposal in both 2020 and 2080. So as mentioned, we conducted many events on site. The purpose of the first meeting was to listen and gather information from the community in order to learn what they wanted the climate adaptive park to be like. Midway through the process, as the design process was underway, we gave park tours to explain the features of the design proposal while standing on the location of those features. Those tours were very successful because many people were not familiar with looking at design proposals in Plan View, and many had not even visited the areas of the park that were included in the scope of the project. We created options for the design and asked for community feedback at meetings, and we also did an online survey to cast a wide net of feedback. And we got lots of feedback that helped us refine our climate adaptive design. This was our community engagement process, which shows the layered approach we took over the time of 1 year. We had regular meetings with an advisory group, meetings with special interest groups, and also had 4 larger public meetings. Our design process started with goals for the climate adaptive park, developed together with the community during our meetings. I want to note that this is where we introduce the idea in the top left of expanding the park to higher ground where there were already underutilized gravel areas. The 2020 Climate Adaptive Plan illustrates the measures we propose to mitigate sea level rise now. Number one, to transform the areas occupied by gravel parking into new park green spaces. Number two, allow the water to inundate the shoreline to create new wetlands. Number three, raise shoreline walkways that would be inundated by the river. Number four, relocate the street and create a pedestrian priority park. Number five, transform the abandoned Dunn warehouse into a park anchor building with a community plaza here in the center. The 2080s plan illustrates the climate adaptive design that will continue to adapt to the future. With the park expanded to higher ground, the new green spaces will remain dry into the next century. New pathways connect the upper and lower lawn with the road located to the back of the park here. Raising the path and dock landings maintains access to the water for boats and paddlecraft recreation here. And the restored wetland ecosystem will continue to adapt to unpredictable climatic conditions. Successful marshland accretion does require time. Between 2050 and 2100, the river will rise faster than marshland can naturally establish due to the flat characteristics of the shoreline. We propose a community-assisted wetland planting effort to help mitigate quickly advancing tides by creating a living shoreline buffer. The south end of the park includes a number of shoreline design interventions which are key elements. The elevated shoreline knoll, a fishing pier, boardwalks, and shoreline seating. Raised boardwalks will be installed in phases to keep the boat docks and kayak launches accessible until 2080. The knoll is the only shoreline feature where we propose to elevate with fill due to its popularity with everyone in the community. The terraced water access area will provide the public with more direct engagement with the shoreline. This is something that they told us that they wanted. They weren't able to access the water except by boat. So we strategically located terraces and benches on the shoreline contour so that we would continue to outline the shoreline as the water rises over time. The intention is that these terraces, as they become inundated, they'll remain to transform into subaquatic habitat. And like many urban shorelines along the Hudson River, the park has a combined sewer overflow discharge point. The team's engineers designed a wetland filtration garden near the discharge point to help clean the stormwater before it enters the river. Pickerel weed, the plant shown here, is a native wetland plant we selected for its intertidal habitat benefits. The climate adaptive design is supported by plant typologies that will create a diverse range of park experiences. native wetland and woodland plants will help restore the site and help support existing environmental organizations that conduct educational workshops at the park. And lastly, the historic Dunn warehouse is repurposed into a community-focused park anchor, including park amenities, a maritime education center, and paddlecraft rental facilities. The new Dunn warehouse would support year-round park use by attracting the public in inclement winter weather. So we were all very pleased that upon the completion of the project, the City of Hudson adopted our climate adaptive design as a framework to facilitate future improvements to the park as public recreational space. Our next steps, for funding, the City of Hudson will use our project design report to secure money and funding through grants for next design phases. In design development, we'll be able to obtain accurate surveys, soil and sediment testing that will also inform future design revisions, as well as permitting and cost estimating. That will inform revisions and phasing of the climate adaptive design as we move further to construction. And I just wanted to end with some benefits and challenges of a climate adaptive design process. It's a call to action for all high-risk municipalities everywhere along waterfronts that are subject to sea level rise. Ours was a successful public-private partnership that can help small municipalities with limited resources. It engaged the community in long-term planning for climate change. And in our case, we had a team of diverse professionals contribute complementary perspectives to the process. The challenges are site investigations, in our case, are forthcoming in the next phase. Cost estimating is still incomplete without knowing exactly what lies under the hood in terms of soil contamination level. Unpredictable sea level rise conditions require design flexibility in the future. Speaking about climate risk can be difficult. Some prefer not to address the challenges ahead. And small municipalities have limited staff to raise funds and seek grants, which is very challenging. Keep the project going. And with that, I think I'll finish. I just wanted to open it to question and answer period now. I look forward to hearing your response.
Microphone, please. We cannot translate without the speaker using a microphone, sorry.
Will you speak in English? Yeah. Okay. It comes a question for you in English.
Hi, that was a nice presentation. I would like to ask that while you were convincing the community related to the future forecasting of the construction that you are doing, like you're doing a project in 2023 and you're forecasting that at 2080, the project will be submerged into water. do you find any type of, how I say, resilience from the community that you should not do this type of project, or like, I mean, you should opt to some other options?
Excuse me, I'm sorry, I can't hear the question because the translation is louder. I apologize.
Okay, I'll try to summarize if I understood well. I think the question is that since you're planning in 2023 for a project in 2080, if you found any resistance, from the community planning so far away, right, so far ahead.
Any resistance to the design proposal?
Yeah, to use the money now for something that is coming so later, right? To invest today in something that they will not see, maybe. I guess that's the point.
Actually, that's a great question, and we didn't have any resistance in that respect. Everybody, since this is a very since the community really loves this park, and they see the need, and the fact also is that it can be installed in phases. So we aren't for example, with the raising of the boardwalk, they can be raised so we thought about these interventions happening over time. One thing that we learned from similar projects is that it is not a good idea to raise a shoreline and make an intervention that is going to create too much separation from the water early on. Hazing is really, really important. You don't want to build a dock or a new boat dock that is going to be so high that it's disconnected from the water.
Okay, thank you, Wendy. I think we are going to close the session now. Thank you so much for your help from New York, for showing us also the work that you're doing there, the great work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Vale, ahora voy a dar un par.
Now I will give you some logistic information for the rest of the afternoon. It's 20 past 1. We wanted to finish at 1, so I propose to you that the visits of 2 p.m. will be done at 2:15. 2 visits. In your card you have a number. We will have 2 groups, Group 1 and Group 2. 1 can start going up to the terrace, and Group 2 we can start with the green facade. We will have 15 to 20 minutes visit, and then we will exchange groups. The bus for the afternoon visit will depart at 3 p.m. in front of this palace. And if you have translation headsets, I remind you to leave the headset when you go out of the room. And if you're not coming tomorrow, we also recycle the cards. See you later.